Maybach music.
Chad, what's up, y'all boys? How we doing, y'all? How we doing, y'all? Bro, one more sleep. Is college football 27 out tomorrow? Yes, sir. It's out tomorrow, man. Literally one more sleep. And uh, a lot of people will be playing college football, man. It feels like it's been forever. It feels like we've been waiting forever, man. What's up with y'all boys, man? Appreciate everyone being in here. VIP, what's up, my guy? D. Lou, hold up. D. Lou with the resub. Hey man, J 55 streams in a row.
Shazam!
The GOAT. So why is my audio low? Appreciate that follow. B Dub. 55 streams in a row is crazy. I'm not gonna lie. So my audio.
Chip today. Welcome to college.
How y'all boys feeling though? I appreciate that sub, man. So what I got planned for tonight? Got a couple things planned here. First order of business is going to be I want to rank, we're going to do a tier list. I want to do all 138 college football teams. I want to put them in a tier list. That's the first plan of attack today, man.
College football 27. Let's start our road to glory.
Trying to figure out what headphones I got on. All right, let's see. There we go.
Glory. Now,
Okay. All right. We finally got the headphones working. All right. We good. We good. We good. We good. All right. What y'all boys talking about, man? What y'all talking about? Man, tomorrow we're doing a subathon. So the game goes live. I think a lot of people, Parachuter, what's up, man? Can't wait. How y'all boys doing? So the game goes live tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be about 2 o'clock Eastern time. The game will go live. So I don't get off work until late. Damn. So yeah, I took off, man. I took off. I took off tomorrow and all of next week, man. I used my vacation time. Bro, it's funny. My bosses, or just everyone at the office asking, "Oh yeah, where you going for vacation? Where you going for vacation?" I'm going to college football 26, man. I might be going to, who knows where I'm going. I might be going to Tulane. I might be going to Colorado. I might be going to Maryland. I might be going to Temple. I don't know. I might be going to USC. That's where I'm going for vacation. I don't know where I'm going right now, but I'm be going somewhere. But yeah, subathon tomorrow. We're starting the subathon an hour before the game drops. So yeah, I'm super excited. All right, what y'all boys talking about? Everybody on YouTube, what's up, everybody on YouTube? Who everybody rebuilding? Oh, Coop with the 5. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Let me see. If you start as a coordinator, eventually become a head coach, does your career record reset to 0? That's a good question. I don't know. Ooh, that T like that. That T good. Okay. I don't know, man. I appreciate the 5. I don't know. I'm glad you asked that because I do want to start as an OC this year. That is my goal. Tier list sound awesome. Yeah, man. We're gonna do this tier list here in a second. Yeah, I'm thinking about starting as an OC, maybe a DC. You said plan on watching you, Jaden, since those PC players can't play early tomorrow. Yeah, when y'all get it on the 6th. You said I'll sub to your Twitch tomorrow. Been watching your YouTube videos for. Hey, man, I appreciate you, big dog. I appreciate you. Can I join your league? Join the Discord, man. We got a wait list. I want to be honest. We do have a wait list. You said too hot to be drinking tea. Yeah, man. I got two bright lights just coming down my face. I got hot tea, got the hoodie on. I'm in Louisiana. I live in Louisiana. So it's hot out here. It did rain today, so it's not that hot. It did rain today. But I'm not gonna lie, man. I've been on the tea. I don't know if this is a bad thing, but every evening I've been drinking a cup of tea for like the last 2 weeks. Like every evening. You know, around this time, you know, right after dinner, instead of like a snack or, you know, I just drink a cup of tea. Congrats on Jaylen Brown coming to Philly. Hey, man, that was, bro, let me tell y'all. So I'm a Philadelphia's, you know, fan across the board. I'm from Philly, everything. Man, I joined the PlayStation party with my guys. As soon as I joined, they like, oh, Jaden is here. Yo, Jaden, did you hear the news? I'm like, no, what happened? They like, you ain't see the trade. We're all from Philly, so we all Sixers fan. They're like, no. I'm like, who we get? They was like, Jaylen Brown. Man, I have been a Jaylen Brown hater. I'm going to be honest. I've been a Jaylen Brown hater. Man, I'm a Sixers fan. I don't like anything with the Celtics. So I'm like, damn, I've been hating Jaylen Brown since I hate on everyone from the Celtics. I mean, it's you know, it's what you supposed to do in my opinion, sports. So I'm like, damn, now I got to root for this guy. But no, that's absolutely insane. I don't know how we got Jaylen Brown. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I'm not complaining. You know, I would, if I'm the Celtics, and this might sound crazy, I would have rather traded Tatum than Brown. And it might sound crazy, but, you know, Finals MVP, you trade the Finals MVP that just had a great year. I don't know. It's interesting, man. So you think it's San Diego State? Lil CJ, what's up, my guy? San Jose State, USC, the Spartans, 14 Mystery, UCLA. You said it's engraved in us in Philadelphia. Yeah, man. It's like, so yeah, that trade is crazy to me, man. It's crazy. What's up, big dog? What's up, boy one? How you, man? Hope y'all boys doing good. Mumber. Hey, I appreciate you becoming a mumber over on YouTube, man. I appreciate you, my guy. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. We gonna get into this tier list here in a second, man. Appreciate everyone coming through. Hey, man, 40 streams in a row. Timeless Buckeye. What's up, my guy? How you? You said ready to figure out this NIL, man. This NIL gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be crazy. You said, what's up, bro? I hit you up on Twitter. Want to know if you wiped the slate clean and deleted all your dynasties that you have done in college football 26. So, Stunt Kane coming through with the resub. 15 months. I appreciate you, my guy. I appreciate you, man. We're doing a subathon tomorrow. We're doing a subathon tomorrow. So, however many subs we get, that's how long we'll be live tomorrow. I appreciate you coming through with the resub, my guy. But yeah, tomorrow, subathon. I hope we're live all the way into Friday. I hope we live for 2 days straight, doing a bunch of rebuilds. But the Marcus Val question, I think a few people asked me that. My plan right now is for Marcus Val to hang it up. Marcus Val is college football 26. For college football 27, the way we're gonna do it when the game come out, I'm gonna let y'all guys, y'all, whoever subs, y'all will pick who we rebuild for the first rebuild. So whether y'all pick, let's say, Tulane or y'all pick Penn State, whoever y'all pick, that's gonna be the first team we rebuild, and we should win the national championship tomorrow on stream. And then after that, I'm starting the next AI rebuild tomorrow night. It is my plan. And then you should wait to resub to tomorrow. Yeah, well, yeah. But that's my game plan. That's my game plan. So new AI Dynasty, new and improved AI Dynasty starting tomorrow evening after we finish our first rebuild. It's a game plan, man. Sent the Eagle, Fly Eagles. Hey, man, I like, when did YouTube, hey, man, okay, YouTube, I see you. Fly Eagles fly, though, man. You said, yo, we ready for tomorrow? Yo, man, we so ready for tomorrow, man. We so ready for tomorrow. Oh, man, I've been watching all these creators play the game, man, just smiling. Just smiling, man. I was watching the live streams today, watching the, people play the game. You said Philly versus New York next year going to feed families, man. Philly versus the Celtics going to feed families. For the next however long we got Jaylen Brown, he about to go crazy on them boys. So Wyoming looks like a sleeper with 1,000+ NIL when you start off. You said, yo, my 3-month-old son already know what time. Hey, man, that's cool. I appreciate you. Yeah, definitely ready to hit the lab. Doing BYU. Oh, man. All right, let me get this up there. I think that's a good spot. What you say? Shazam. Hey, appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follow, my guy. You said you're going to get like 10 seasons done tomorrow. Said Tulane take him in the SEC in year 4. Iowa, Houston, Mississippi State. Got lottery draft on Sunday. You gonna be playing the games tomorrow or just simming? Boy one. My plan is for the first rebuild, I think moments is what we looking to do for that first rebuild. So I don't know if we'll do moments for every single game, but we'll do moments for for I want to get through that first rebuild relatively fast. 4 to 5 hours. I want to get through that first rebuild on stream with you guys. So I don't want to play every single game that first rebuild. So we'll probably do moments. We'll probably be like a 5-year rebuild, something like that. And then after that, we'll with the AI dynasty, that dynasty will play every single game. So I've been waiting on this. I appreciate you coming through. What's up, Jaden? Hella content. Hey, the real guru, man. I appreciate you. You say you popping off with Troy. Man, by delete 26 and retire the Stanford Dynasty and get ready for tomorrow. Hey, man, I was going to retire the Dynasty on stream with you guys. I messed up, though. Or I ain't really mess up. But, I got 3 monitors. And I was like, I'm not going to be really playing the game that much. I could just use one of these monitors as another screen for my PC instead of, actually using that monitor for gaming. So I disconnected my monitor from my console. So I will have to reconnect it and retire. But I was planning on doing that for you guys. And then I realized, well, I can't. I just disconnected my monitor. So, yeah, I was planning on doing that. Man, you said need a 6-pack of Red Bull. Hey, man, I'm be living off the tea tomorrow, man. I'm be living off the tea for energy. Man, I already got a game plan tomorrow. Like, man, y'all don't know how much. Hey, Daryl, appreciate the membership on YouTube. Man, y'all don't know how long I've been or how much I've been planning for this, man. We've been planning. You think Team Builder will? That's a good question, man. That's a good question. Will adopt the budget of the school they replace. I'm assuming Team Builder, because we haven't seen Team Builder in action yet. I mean, it's not online. So that's a good question. Team Builder is something I will be trying this year. Team Builder, Road to Glory are 2 things that will be on this channel. I didn't do any Road to Glory, any Team Builder last year. I did like none at all in 26. In 27, I think I did like 1-2 Team Builders, or in 25, I did 1-2 Team Builders. I literally did 1 season of a Road to Glory in 25. That will change this year. You said Nas can't be ducking this year. Hey, man, Nas acting crazy already, man. Nas. So once the information started coming out, Nas, we was trying to decide what team we're going to use in college football 27, the Money Dynasty coming back. But we deciding what team. So he tells me he's using Louisville. I'm like, no, you're not, bro. They're not going to be good enough. He's like, no, I'm using Louisville. I'm like, all right, bet, using Louisville. 2 days later, I'm talking to him. Oh, yeah, I'm using the USC now. I'm like, bro, no, you're not, bro. You got to stand on that. You already committed to Louisville. That's who you using. So Nas already ducking, man. Nas already ducking, man. He said, join my, hey, bro, man, I would love to join additional dynasties, man. I promise y'all, I just don't have any more time. We have a creators dynasty that we have going on. So I'm be a part of this creators dynasty. And then also my money dynasty is the 2 online dynasties I'll be a part of. Like, I just don't have time for another one. We'll have a free dynasty that will be ran in my Discord, but I won't even be able to play in that. I gotta be realistic, man. We be doing a coach mode series, 100%. I don't know when yet. I don't know when, but yeah, we will do a coach mode at some point. So how do you think they're going to use these small teams? Hold up, Mike. How do you think they're going to use these small teams? Let me see. Did you say something before? You talking about just in rebuilds? Man, I think smaller school rebuilds will be more challenging. I don't think they're going to be impossible like I thought you know, maybe a month ago, or maybe like, you know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I think we'll find a finesse, man. I think recruiting classes are just going to be smaller, but the amount of 3-star players that's still going to be free, good 3 stars, we're going to be good. I think we're going to be good. So you rebuilding the Tar Heels? Yes, sir. King, what's up, bro? You say you're running with Wyoming? Yes, sir. Nice rebuild. All right, man. We're gonna get started with this. What we're doing here. Hold on. I gotta get the last 2 teams because this right here is not including the 2 new programs. So let me just add those 2. Okay, perfect. So now we got all 138 programs here, and we're gonna put them in a tier list here, man. You said, anyone else pumped to play D-line and Road to Glory? Man, I'm pumped to play middle linebacker. That's what I want to play, middle linebacker. Man, am I the only one? I feel like I'm the only one that says this. Do nobody else want to be a 2-way player in Road to Glory? Like, am I tripping? Maybe it's not the most realistic, but we had Travis Hunter that won the Heisman. You know, am I the only one that want to play middle linebacker and also running back? Realistic? No. It's Road to Glory. I just want to have some fun, man. Am I the only one that want that? I feel like nobody mentioned that, but a 2-way player in Road to Glory, that would get me instantly, man. Like, but no, I am happy with the new additions, but yeah, 2-way, that would be game changer for me. You said when the stream start? 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago. We haven't started our tier list just yet. You say you're doing the Arizona Wildcats rebuild. Starts the OC at UTEC. All right, let me use the restroom real quick, man. We're gonna get started. But y'all let me know. Am I tripping with that? Like, do people want to do a wide receiver, DB, a tight end, a middle linebacker, tight end, edge rush, or something? But let me use the restroom and we'll get started here. That man Curry said, "One more sleep." What's up, Curry? How you, man? One more sleep. I think I tweeted last night, 2 more sleeps. Man, bro, I'm sure a lot of y'all boys play sports in here, man. I remember back in high school, that was always a thing. One more sleep before, game day. One more sleep for you to get smoked. That's funny. Hey, what team should I be rebuilding, man? Like, what? So for my year-long rebuild, man, who should I be rebuilding? I'm not gonna lie. I did a poll on YouTube. The team that won the poll was Maryland. Team that won the poll was Maryland. So you going with Hawaii, Arizona, man? I like Arizona. You said asking for too much, just gotta be happy. So you love a two-way. You going safety corner. Say you missed the old games, could play both sides in high school. Yeah, man, like in high school, let me play both sides. And whatever I'm better at, that's what I end up going to play in college. Let me be an athlete coming out of high school, man. That's the next layer. Next year. We asking for too much. You right. Yeah, two-way in high school would be tough. Tight end's about to be crazy. Tight end is probably gonna be fun. Baylor. Boise State. Oh, man, we got beef with Boise State. Shout out to the Air Force Dynasty. Dynasty rebuild. You said, Jaden, you ready? Hey, I'm ready, man. I'm ready, big dog. You ready? But yeah, shout out to the Air Force Dynasty, man. You just saying Boise State made me think of Air Force and the rivalry we had with them boys, man. Every year, the playoffs, or excuse me, the conference championship game, we playing one team, and it's Boise State. So you should do Maryland or Tulane, Oklahoma State, Colorado, New Mexico, 1-0 USA. Come on, US. Let's do it, US. So you're going to do your first rebuild with Houston. I hope they fix Houston. Houston was glitched in 26 and 25. I hope it's fixed. But yeah, Houston definitely was glitched. Houston a good one, though. I would consider a Houston rebuild. What's going on here? San Jose State, Tulane, Arizona, Maryland. Can you play it tomorrow, right? Yeah, 2 o'clock p.m. tomorrow, Central. Be ready for the glitches day one. Air Force had you stressing, bro. Air Force was different. Go with the Terps, Texas State, Michigan State. Yeah, if you bought the MVP membership, not the bundle, I think it's the membership. I think the MVP bundle, you get it on like the 6th. The membership is what you got to. Virginia Tech rebuild, Texas State, Army. Hey, man, I'm staying clear of any military rebuild probably for the whole year. I don't want to see a military rebuild, bro. I'm be honest. I don't want to see that. I'm staying clear of that. Doing Rice. I'm staying clear of that. I'm going to be 100% honest with y'all boys. All right. All right. Tier list. I mean, what is it? S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier. All right, let's get into the tier list. Feel free to help me out with the tier list, y'all boys. Feel free to help me out. The way we're going to do this tier list is we're going to do it by conference. He said UMass. Oh, man. UMass not a bad one. Part of me wants to do a team builder, bro. I'm not going to. He said, could they have made the membership / pre-order more confusing? Yes, yeah. They probably could have done it a little bit cleaner. But yeah, I really want to do a team builder also, man. All right. So we're going to turn this to a YouTube video. Let me record the intro. Shazam! Hey, appreciate that follow on Twitch. Let's do a tier list for every single college football program, all 138 teams. We're going to put them in the tier list and see what happens. Record the intro. Almost that time. Yeah, man. How many hours away? I think we're, 16 hours away, something like that, from the game coming out? You said you should have been in the creator network. Yeah, man. Hopefully next year, man. Hopefully next year, man. One of these years they're gonna get me in. one of these years they're gonna get me in, man. But I applied for the career network like 5 times. They tough. They're not trying to let me in. So are you done with 26? I'm done with 26, bro. I'm done with 26. I'm done with it. All right. So for this rebuild, we'll be using this website Team Crafters, who has all of the team's overalls and also what prestige they're going to be coming in at. So we'll be using a combination of this, kind of my knowledge of the program, history, jerseys, a little bit of everything to kind of put this tier list together. All right. What conference should we start with, y'all? Heard about Gunnar Stockland opting in? I heard he wasn't in the game. I haven't heard anything other than that. Like, I don't know why, but should I start with the Sun Belt? All right, bet. Ooh, it's one thing I gotta do before we get started, y'all. Let me make it quick. Bro, what be going on sometimes? I bet. Said the Sun Belt. Okay.
Shazam!
Hey, appreciate that follow over on Twitch.
Shazam!
Appreciate that follow. Appreciate that follow, my guy. Oh, we about to get started here. All right, pin that. I just had to pin a message in the chat. That's all for the subathon tomorrow. All right, bet. All right. What y'all say? Sunbelt? All right. Sunbelt Conference. So, y'all boys, feel free to help me. Feel free to help me. So, Sunbelt, Big Ten, Pac 9. That's the order, if we remember. Are we ranking based on rebuild? Okay, let me explain the rules then. You said, yo, how do I get into your money league? Hey, man, join the Discord down below, my guy. You got to join the Discord. We do have a wait list, bro. We do have a wait list. But the Discord, and say you interested in being on the wait list. We have league inquiry tab. All right, Sunbelt. Sunbelt got some good work, man. Sunbelt got some good work. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't mad at the Sunbelt. Keith, what's up, my guy? How you, man? All right. Ooh, two guys. Gifted membership. Oh, y'all gifted memberships on YouTube? Cypher, I appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you, big dog. Oh, yeah, y'all boys showing love. Y'all boys showing love. What's up, man? What's up with y'all boys? What's up with y'all boys? Frank, been a minute since you tapped in. Hey, man, all is well, man. All is well. I appreciate you coming through, my guy. I hope you've been good also. I hope you've been good also, my guy. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. So, for this rebuild, no, let's redo that. Let's redo that. So, for this tier list, my guidelines, how fun is this rebuild going to be? So, this is going to be opinion based. You will disagree with some of the picks. Your favorite team might go in the D tier, C tier, but how fun is the rebuild? How good are the pipelines? How easy, how difficult? For me, a good rebuild that's going to go in the S tier is challenging. Also have some type of fun element, whether it's a program that got some good jerseys, a good stadium, a good motivation, maybe got some type of restriction that I look forward to using. A rebuild that's going to be in the lower tiers, maybe it's too easy, maybe they're a blue blood, maybe they just won a national championship and don't even have to be rebuilt. So that's going to be my kind of guidelines for this whole entire tier list. Like I said, it's opinion based. It's 100% opinion based. I'm gonna let the chat also try to sway my decisions. Feel free to comment what team in the Sunbelt Conference y'all want to go in whatever section, because that's where we're starting with. And the first team in the Sunbelt that I want to go with is JMU. JMU is a program that's new to FBS ball at this point, and they're dominating. I mean, they're a good program. Like they're a good program, man. Like, I mean, went 8-0 in the conference, right? Undefeated in the conference, went 12-2 last year, ended the season ranked. I mean, they got to be like a C tier, right? They got to be a C tier. This is a team that, if you're going to pick a JMU rebuild, you got to move them up. I feel like, man, you got to move them up a conference, in my opinion. Also, let me just explain my, obviously S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier, all of the things. The B tier is one that like really just don't move my needle. C tier is going to be a little bit on the negative side. A tier is going to be a little bit on the positive side. S tier is like, okay, top of the bunch. And D tier is like, what are we really doing? Super niche is kind of how I'm going to use that. In my opinion. So JMU, I think, is a C tier rebuild. If you're going to put them in a different conference, move them up a conference, something along them lines, I think, okay, I think now we're talking. Yeah, I think now we're talking with JMU. It's a team that also, what's their school prestige? Let's see. what's their school prestige is going to be in this next video game. Let's see if we can find that out. It's not listed. Oh well. Next, let's go with maybe Troy. Let's go with Troy next. Troy's a team there. Okay, Troy's gonna be a 1-star prestige, 69 overall. This is the team that won the West in the Sun Belt Conference last year, 8-6. The chat is saying B tier, C tier, D tier. I think Troy is an interesting one. In Alabama, you got to recruit against some of the big dogs. I think Troy is one that kind of just don't move my needle all that much, like being completely honest. To me, that feels like a B tier rebuild. Like, you know, if you're doing the Troy rebuild, ain't nothing wrong with it, but it's not what I'm diving to do. It's gonna be a B tier. It's gonna be a B tier for me, as they're, just on a more solid side. Old Dominion. Let's do Old Dominion next, because this is a pretty interesting one. Had a pretty good year, 10-3 last season. 10-3 last season. They're gonna be a 1-star prestige. They're a 6. What's their overall? A 64 overall team. Okay. This website also tells us the amount of dynasty points they're gonna have to work with. 760 dynasty points potentially is what they're gonna have to work with. This website is correct. Team Crafters is what I'm using. That's tough, man. That is tough. That is tough. C tier, D tier, B tier. That's tough. I'm gonna leave them in the B tier. I think this is a interesting one. A pretty solid team in the conference, but their overall is just so bad, man. Their overall so bad. Coastal Carolina is going to be next on the list here, man. I like a Coastal Carolina rebuild. I think a super fun one. I don't know if it's a real S tier rebuild. I'm going to put it in my A tier. This is a team that's had one of the best jerseys and field combination, in my opinion. I'm in favor of the crazy fields, the crazy jerseys. Also, that like baby bluish color. This is a fun one for me. Also, you're in Carolina with some solid pipelines. This is a team that went 6-7 last year. Their overall is going to be a 66 coming out, and they're going to be a 1-star school, just under 1,000 dynasty points to work with. Yeah, I'm going to put them in the A tier. I like a Coastal Carolina. Georgia Southern. One of my guys went to Georgia Southern, man. One of my guys. I was literally talking with him earlier today, and we was talking about doing the Georgia Southern rebuild together. I think Georgia Southern is also. Are they an A tier or B tier? The thing about Georgia Southern is you kind of get better pipelines, just because you're in Georgia, and that Atlanta pipeline in the game is one of the best. So you do have that benefit of having in-state pipelines. Yeah, I'm thinking B tier the more I think about it, man. I don't think this is going to be super, super tough. Always playing in these smaller conferences are going to make things a little bit more challenging. You said ugly colors? But yeah, playing in these smaller conferences just gonna make everything a little bit more challenging due to not having great grades. If you move these teams up conferences, I think that's gonna be a pretty easy way to increase your dynasty points. We'll see how true that is, but that's just what I think it'll be. They're a 71 overall team. They went 7-6 this past season. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in my B tier, man. I'm putting them in my B tier. So Marshall is next here. Marshall's a team that went 5-7. B tier, I think B tier, man. 67 overall team. They're a 1/2 star prestige. Y'all say A tier. They got a small stadium. You got to recruit against Georgia. You talking about Georgia Southern? I think this is a B tier, man. In my opinion, I think this is a B tier. They have a good amount of dynasty points to work with. 1,100 dynasty points to work with, while only being a 1/2 star prestige is what the website got them listed. We'll see when we actually get the game, but right now they're 1/2 star. I'm gonna go Troy S tier. Oh man, Man, he might be a little bit biased. Troy S tier, and his logo is the Troy logo. I think you might be a little bit biased. I'm gonna go B tier, man. I'm gonna go B tier. App State. App State went 5-8 last year. A tier, or excuse me, B tier, A tier. App State 71 overall roster, 1-star prestige. They have a good amount of dynasty points to work with. I'm moving them up to A tier. Man, we're talking about 1,485 dynasty points. I think for me, the more dynasty points you have to work with, just the more fun things will be. App State, Unis, and Stadium, A tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put them A tier, man. I think being in this smaller conference, it looks like they have the second most dynasty points to work with in the whole entire Sun Belt, which is pretty cool. Like I said, 1,485 coming out. They're 1-star, 71 overall. The jerseys, the stadium, they're gonna be an A tier, man. They're gonna be an A tier. And then next, we're gonna have my first, if I can find them on this list. We're going to have my first potentially S tier here. And that's going to be your Panthers, man. Georgia State. They went 1-11. This is a challenging one. This is one that has the least amount of dynasty points in the whole entire conference. 440. That don't even seem real. 440? There are no star prestige right now. No, that can't be real. That can't be real. I'm gonna put them S tier. I'm gonna put them S tier, man. 1-11 last year, but you have the pipelines. You do have the pipelines. You could get there. Got to recruit against Georgia, Georgia Southern. Appreciate the follow. I'm putting them S tier, man. I'm putting them as my first S tier. Next, we have Southern Miss, team that went 7-6 last year. Appreciate the follow over on Twitch, Cypher. 7-6 last year. Let's see, what's their overall talking about? 69 overall team. They're half a star prestige, working with 870 dynasty points potentially. C tier. For me, it's like this team just don't move my needle. That's why I'm leaning more towards the B tier. Hey, the Amazon Prime sub. I appreciate you, Cypher. I appreciate you, my guy, coming over from YouTube to Twitch. But I think they're B tier for me, man. They don't move my needle enough. All right, and then this next one might be a little bit biased. But it's your Cajuns, man. I'm gonna put them A tier. I like these Louisiana rebuilds because you have LSU, you have Tulane, but that's it. Like, I feel like you could, with the Cajuns, you could be the next top program in the state. And with a lot of these other southern states, a lot of these other states where you have so much talent coming from, it's going to be tough to be, the second best team or really, compete with, for example, Texas. Like it's gonna be tough. You just got so many big time Texas teams. So you take over one of these smaller programs, you're gonna struggle to do that. So I think Louisiana is an interesting spot because how much talent they produce. And yeah, I think that's an A tier rebuild, man. B for you. Yeah, that's an A tier for me. Next, we have Arkansas State, who went 7-6 last year. Okay. They're 70 overall. A little bit over 1,000 dynasty points to work with. A tier, B. I think for me, this is a B. I do like the red. I do like the jerseys. Dope colors, yeah. I think for me, it's going to be a B tier. It just don't move my needle enough. I don't think it moved my needle enough. Next, we have Texas State. And we have a ton of Texas schools. This is also going to be a B tier. Out of all the Texas programs to rebuild, I feel like I will prefer some other ones. Curry said S tier. I feel like I prefer some other ones when it comes to all of the Texas schools. Why S tier or why A tier and S tier? They in the Pac-12 now. Yeah, I feel like I would prefer some of the Texas teams we're gonna get into later over. Yeah, I'm gonna put them. I'm gonna go B tier. D tier. Someone said D tier. Good stadium. I'm gonna leave him. I'm gonna go B tier. Everyone's vouching for A tier. So keep that in mind when y'all watching on YouTube, y'all boys. Who's next here? Let's go. The Jaguars. Southern Alabama. I want to go A tier. It's a team that went 4-8 last season. They're 69 overall. They're currently a half a star prestige. 690 dynasty points to work with. Curry said S tier. East Texas pipeline is strong. East Texas pipeline is one of the best. A tier. Love the jerseys. Yeah, I'm thinking A tier, man. Competing with Bama, competing with Auburn is another situation where you're gonna struggle to be the second best team in your state. You're gonna struggle to be the second best team. I'm gonna go A tier, man. I'm gonna go A tier. And then last one here for the Sun Belt Conference from last year. Where are these boys at? I'm just overlooking them. I am. UL Monroe. So we already got the Cajuns A tier. I think UL is more of a B tier. In my opinion, like just a team that just don't move my needle much when it comes to Dynasty. I would prefer the Cajuns. I prefer Tulane. I prefer some of these other. I prefer Law Tech. But UL Monroe is one of the probably lowest programs in the game. They're a 64 overall, half a star prestige. So they're challenging. Oh man. I appreciate the sub, Evan. Y'all boys going crazy, man. The subathon tomorrow. Y'all better have the same energy tomorrow, man. Amazing uniforms, hard to build up. Hey, one of my guys just became the soccer coach at UL Monroe too. One of my guys, man. He I think he took the job 2 months. He became the head coach at head soccer coach over there. For that reason, I gotta move him up to A, huh? I know somebody on the coaching staff over there. He said, "What are you ranking?" We're ranking all of the rebuilds for College Football 26 on the tier list, man. That's what we're doing. But yeah, between A and B tier, UL Monroe. Okay, that's the Sun Belt Conference from last year. I think next y'all said we go Big Ten on them, right? Next Big Ten. Do you got PC codes for tomorrow? I don't. Well, I guess I could have a PC code. Yeah, I could have a PC code. So for me I'm giving away 2 copies of College Football 27, but I'm paying for them. Those are 2 copies that, a lot of people have been giving out codes today. That's EA paying for that. And shout out to EA for doing that. Tomorrow I'm giving out 2 out on my dime. Let's go Big Ten, right? Yeah, let's go Big Ten. Big Ten. So you got some obvious ones here. And, let's start with the obvious, huh? So we got our first D tier. And they really don't have to be a D tier rebuild because it could be fun to try to repeat. It could be fun. I mean, they won the national championship, man. It felt like they was playing Dynasty the way they did it. Like, yeah, they D tier. They just D tier. Not much to talk about. Ohio State D tier. You said the whole conference about to be D tier. Like, I feel like these are niche rebuilds, like down here and easily best Dynasty channel, college football channel. Got me hooked on the game. Hey, I appreciate you, Matt. Appreciate you, my guy. But Ohio State, like, I mean, these rebuilds could be niche. Like, if you looking for something specific, they could be fun. But this is a 5-star prestige. It's like, come on. Come on, what we really doing here? Oregon, D tier, same thing. Another team that's a 4.5-star prestige. Return their starting quarterback Dante Moore. Got one of the best coaches in the nation, one of the best rosters in the nation. Not much to talk about here as well. Penn State is going to be, and this might be controversial. Penn State is going to be an A-tier rebuild for me, man. They're going to be an A-tier rebuild. My reasoning for this, and you might say B tier. For me, the B tier is one that doesn't move my needle. So that's why they're not B, because this one does move my needle. I can see why someone would go do this one. James Franklin got fired, went over to Virginia Tech. They hired the new coach. But, it's a team that was in the playoffs a couple years ago. Hey, appreciate the follow. In the playoffs a couple years ago. But what have they won? Can you get these guys over the hump? You got 3 years. 3 years to go get Penn State over the hump. Appreciate that follow, my guy. So that's why I like a Penn State rebuild. I'm going to put them in a A tier. Too easy, 100%. That's why I'm saying you give yourself a 3-year window to go win the Natty with them. 3 years, you win it, you won it, you lose it. Or you don't win one in 3 years, you take another job, you move on, So I'm putting them in A tier, man. I could get behind a little quick Penn State rebuild. They're 84 overall team. They're a 4-star. So they're probably not quite ready to compete in the game overall wise, unless you're good on the sticks. But I digress. Michigan, I think Michigan is also in that. I think they're in this C tier here. My brother just called me. Let me text him, see what's going on. A team that's on the rise. They're an 89 overall in the game. They're a 4.5-star prestige. I mean, damn, they're a D tier. Savage, appreciate the follow, man. Minnesota S tier. Restoring Minnesota should be S tier. Oh man, y'all about to talk me into it. 2 different people said S tier for Minnesota, and we're not even on Minnesota. Yeah, I'm gonna go D tier for them boys. Just too easy, man. They already got the blueprint. Who's next? Let's go Iowa. Iowa 9-4 last season. I mean, is this a team they ended the year ranked? Is this a team that's really? I like this rebuild if you do it like this. They're known for defense. They're known for not having the best offense, even though the last couple of years it has been on the rise. Do this. Only recruit 3 stars for offense. Defense, you could recruit whatever. I could get behind that. Just make it challenging, make it fun, make it interesting. See if you could win with on purpose, not having a good offense. So I'm gonna go B tier, and then you got your Trojans. And this is another interesting one because they kind of have, almost all the pieces. They're an 84 overall team, so overall wise, they're not, S tier. Seahawks, appreciate the follow. But they're 4.5-star prestige in California. You're going to have no issues recruiting with this team. You should be signing top 5 recruiting classes. D tier, appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follows, y'all boys. Y'all boys going crazy. Yeah, D tier. The way I could get behind this rebuild is if you're going to do the reverse. And you're going to, hey, appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follows, y'all boys. You're going to do the reverse. And you're going to only recruit 5 stars and 4 stars on offense. Defense, you're going to recruit 3 stars. Damn, y'all boys going crazy. Appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follow. You said, why don't you just put all the big programs in D tier and save us some time? Hey, man, you're right. The reason I'm not doing that, hey, NYG fan, appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Because every program is someone's favorite program. I don't want to just skip over someone's favorite program. you know, if that makes sense. We got almost 200 people in here. One of these programs is somebody's favorite. Who we got next? Washington. Washington is a team that went 9-4 as well. Man, remember when Washington was in the playoffs a couple years ago? Yeah, I think Washington sees here, man. Mountain West next? All right, bet. We do Mountain West next, my guy. I got you. Remind me if I forget. Yeah, I think C tier, 9-4. They got the quarterback. They got a young quarterback who is pretty talented in this game. What's his name? Williams? Is it Damon Williams, if I remember right? The guy that tried to transfer and he came back. This is a 4-star prestige team. Yeah, I feel like this is not a tough rebuild. Washington should be B or A. I could get down with B. If Iowa's going to be B, I think Washington should be B as well. I think that makes sense to me. I think that makes sense. Illinois is an interesting one. Where y'all got Illinois? I think Illinois is either A or B for me. B. You said you think Team Builder gonna be ready for early access? I doubt it, cause maybe, but I doubt it at this point. We haven't heard anything about it. B-A. Man, Illinois is a 72 overall team. Last year, they went 9-4 as a 72 overall team in the game. Obviously, in the game in real life, two different things. You bring in transfers, lose players, whatever. 3.5-star prestige. Marcus Vale. This is Marcus Vale, former program. B tier. Or A tier. I'm gonna go B tier. B tier for them boys. Minnesota, man. A lot of y'all boys talking S tier for Minnesota. S tier for Minnesota. Minnesota had a pretty solid year last year. S tier is man. S tier is gonna be tough to get programs to S tier for me, man. I'm not gonna throw everyone at S. I think Minnesota is gonna go to S. Shout out to my guy Lee, man. My guy Lee played for Minnesota. Big Minnesota fan. I think this is a pretty interesting one because they had a pretty good year. I think they exceeded expectations last year. Only a 79 overall roster, 3.5-star prestige, going to have 6,100 dynasty points to work with per season, or at least in that first season. Yeah, I'm gonna go S tier, man. That's gonna be our second S tier team. Nebraska. Man, what's Nebraska? They lost their starting quarterback, which is so interesting, man. I got love for Matt Rule, man. Matt Rule's at Temple. And then with Matt Rule, I went to Temple. That's why we got the Owls in the background. And then when Matt Rule went to the Panthers, I was rooting for Matt Rule when he was with the Panthers. A lot of content over here in Pittsburgh repping. Hey, Aaron, appreciate you, my guy. One of my guys just took a job over with the Pittsburgh Steelers, too. I don't know if you're a Steelers fan, but one of my guys just went over there. Fish, what's up, man? Late to the party. Missed a notification. All good, man. I appreciate you being here, my guy. We're doing a little tier list. But, yeah, Nebraska's an interesting one for me. 8-4. I think people, man, I don't know if you remember last preseason, people were saying Minnesota was going to be a real playoff contender. I feel like they was throwing Dylan Raiola and Heisman Trophy conversations. Do y'all remember that last year around this time, or, right before the season? People was throwing them in conversations they probably didn't belong in as they went 7-6 this past year. I'm going to go B tier, man. I think they're kind of on par with these three. Washington, Illinois, Iowa. I think they're on par with those. I think they're B tier. Northwestern. What we thinking of Northwestern? Thinking B tier. Northwestern is a 75 overall team. They're one of the lower rated teams here in the Big Ten. I also know some people that work at Northwestern. A tier. We'll throw Northwestern in the A tier. UCLA, man, UCLA is an interesting one. They have a quarterback. They fired their coach halfway through their season, and the young OC took over. Right, the young OC took over, and they started going crazy. I think then they won like 4 games in a row, something like that. I don't know if they're A tier rebuild. It might be more of a B. But I think this rebuild is interesting because you're not going to have much issues recruiting. Like, if you know what you're doing, they are an 81 overall team, 3.5 star prestige, 507 or 5,700 recruiting hours, or dynasty points is what we calling it, to work with off the jump. Man, I think more of an A tier. More I think about it. Said Northwestern and Wisconsin are the sleepers in the Big Ten. Said huge Steelers fan. Let's go, man. Jerome Bettis was my favorite player growing up, man. The Bus. See, y'all boys too young to know who the Bus is, man. Y'all boys a little bit too young for that. But that was my favorite player growing up, the Bus. All right, who's next? Rutgers. I also know someone that's pretty high up, and my mentor worked for Rutgers. I'm gonna go Rutgers. I think they're A tier, man. I like a Rutgers rebuild, man. Is Rutgers? How many Jersey teams is in FBS? Are they the only Jersey team? I think they are. I'm gonna go A tier, man. I'm gonna go A tier. UCLA has to be A tier. I'm gonna go A tier for Rutgers. I consider a Rutgers rebuild. I've never been to Rutgers campus, but they're close to Philadelphia. I'm gonna go A tier, man. I'm gonna go A tier. They win 5-7 last year. They're gonna be a 2-star prestige. I gotta go S. They're tied for the lowest prestige in the conference. I gotta go S, man. They're tied for the lowest prestige, only tied to Purdue. I'm going S, man. I'm going S. Wisconsin, 4-8 last season. I know some of y'all boys are saying they got to be S tier. I think this is, in my opinion, it's more of a B tier. In my opinion, or excuse me, an A tier. Excuse me. I don't think they're S for me. I think they're A tier. Hey, appreciate the membership, Jesse.
Shazam!
And appreciate the follow, Cloudy. Yeah, 3-star prestige, 80 overall roster. I'm gonna go A, man. I'm gonna go A. Michigan State. Rutgers S tier? Yeah, Rutgers S tier. Man, I'm from that area, man. I'm from Philly, so a little bit biased, man. A little bit biased. Who we doing next? Michigan State is who we said. Where Michigan State? Ooh. You got the Michigan rivalry. They went 4-8 last season. It's Michigan State. I feel like if we're gonna pick Wisconsin, Michigan State also is in that same conversation with these three, honestly. These 4. Northwestern, UCLA, Wisconsin, Michigan State. I feel like they're kind of in the same boat. Playmaker, appreciate the follow, man. Then they're kind of in the same boat. Maryland, another bias, man. I'm gonna go Maryland S tier, man. I'm gonna go Maryland S tier. I'm gonna go S tier for Maryland. Went 4-8 last season. Maryland, another school. I know a lot of people that work for Maryland in athletics. My brother got his own master's from Maryland. I think this is a fun rebuild, especially because you could dominate the DMV. I feel like you could dominate the DMV. I don't know if you could get this team to a 5-star, but you probably could get it to a 4.5, 4, definitely a 4. I just see a situation where you're dominating the DMV in recruiting. Also, maybe tapping into a little bit of Philadelphia, a little bit of the Big Apple pipeline, Jersey, also New York. Man, I like a Maryland rebuild. Maryland's the rebuild that y'all guys said I should do for my year long. Is the team that y'all said. I think it's an S tier, man. That's an S tier. The Boilermakers, they're B, man. I'm not gonna lie, they're B. Purdue. So I did a Purdue rebuild last year for my year long, and it didn't last. Didn't last. I feel like it was boring. Man. Worst team in the conference last year, 2-10. They're also 2-star prestige. 3,400 dynasty points to work with. So this is a true rebuild. One of the toughest teams to rebuild in the conference for sure. But I wasn't having fun rebuilding this team. Maryland's the fun one. They got young Cam Newton type quarterback. Yeah, Malik Washington is Maryland quarterback. Malik Washington, young guy. Yeah, he should be a pretty fun quarterback to use. So yeah, Maryland is another one where like you take over and you don't have to just go get a quarterback right away. Virginia Tech. Y'all talking about when I said dominate the DMV? I think that's it for the Big Ten Conference. You said the only way to save Purdue is recruit a quarterback named Breeze. All right, what conference we said next? What conference? I think someone said was it the Big Ten? Or no, we just did the Big Ten. Was it the Pac? Let's do so we did the Sun Belt. Let's go back to a group of 5 conference. Let's do the Mountain West. Let's do the Mountain West Conference. So some of these teams, so the way I'm doing this off of last year conference. So I could look at the records from last year. Is the way I am doing this, y'all boys. So yeah, some of these teams will be now in the Pac-12. So we actually won't do like the Pac individually. Come doing it off last year conferences. Yeah, let's go to the Mountain West. And like I said, some of these teams have moved to the Pac. Actually, we could just do the Pac-12. It's not that deep. All right, yeah, y'all saying Pac-12. Let's do Pac-12. New to the Pac-12. Boise State, man. Boise State. I'm frustrated with Boise State right now, man. After that Air Force dynasty, man. But I mean, this is was one of the best teams in the Mountain West Conference last year. For the last couple years, I'm gonna go B tier, man. Yeah, they don't move my needle. They don't move my needle. Colorado State, man. No, not A tier. Definitely not A tier. Another team that just don't move my needle personally. 2-10 last year, man. We're doing the Pac-12. 2-10 last year. Yeah, don't move my needle. I'd rather do the other Colorado team personally, but Colorado State could be a fun one. Next, let's do Fresno. Where these boys at? There they are. Fresno State. I mean, 9-4 last season. I mean, also don't really move my needle too much, man. I'm gonna go B. I'm gonna go B, and maybe most of these Pac-12 teams are gonna end up in this B tier where it just don't move my needle a ton. San Diego State is going to be one. Definitely not C. B. These rankings are wild. Shit. I think they're also going to be B. Y'all saying A. A. They went 9-4 last season out there in Cali. Great unis, great pipelines. All right, we'll go with A. I do like San Diego State. I would do a San Diego State rebuild. I would do one of those. Utah State is going to be one that I think also just don't move my needle enough. They're gonna be B tier. They 6-7 last season. Yeah, they're gonna be B tier. We already did Texas State. Texas State is in B tier already. Oregon State, man, Oregon State is one I would consider. I would consider. So Oregon State, 2-10 last year, struggling. I would do an Oregon State rebuild as well. I like the jerseys. I would do an Oregon State as well. I'm gonna go A tier for these boys, and then Washington State is gonna be the last team here. I think Washington State will live in the B tier for me as well. Just don't move my needle. 7-6 last season. San Diego State is S tier. And that's going to be my Pac-12. Who's next? Who y'all want to go with next? Should we go Mid-America? Let's go American. Let's go American. Maybach music. Amazon Prime sub. Hey, I appreciate you, my guy. I appreciate the sub, big dog. Appreciate the sub. Let's go American. Let's go American. I think we'll go ACC after that. So, American Conference got some pretty interesting stuff. I think all the armies all the militaries are going to go in the A tier. I think all of them going to A tier. Hey, appreciate the follow on Twitch. I think all just A tier, man. All rebuilds are relatively similar. I think you should do them all the right way. And the right way is going to be. Appreciate the follow, bro. The right way is going to be, hey, you can't bring in no transfers. No transfers. Also, only recruit players that's interested in you. Appreciate you doing this on YouTube. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming through, my guy. But yeah, all the militaries, I just done a Air Force rebuild that took forever, 18 seasons for us to finish that rebuild in college football 26. 18 seasons to win a national championship. Ridiculous. But I think all these rebuilds are relatively similar in my opinion. Tulane. So Tulane is going to be one that, maybe people should say should be in B tier. Tulane is going to go in A tier for me personally, man. The reason I like a Tulane rebuild is because I'm a little bit biased. I will admit I'm a little bit biased. I've been to Tulane. I've been in their football stadium. I took a tour. I've seen their arenas. I've seen everything. I know the staff at Tulane. I know a good amount of people that work. So I'm a little bit biased. I do want to make sure I say that. But the reason I also like this rebuild so much is their colors, dope. Their logo, dope. Their stadium, cute, dope. Also, it's a bridge job for a lot of coaches, man. You know, John Summerall, the coach before that, it's a bridge job. You know, you go to this job for the next job. You know, that's not your end job. Um, so a little bit biased, but Tulane, obviously a team that made the playoffs last year, 11-3, but lost a lot. I think it's a team you should move conferences. I think you should move them back to the SEC. Realistic, no. Fun, yes. Um, You said Tulsa's S tier. Look at their NIL budget for a small school. Okay. Let's do Tulsa next then. So Tulsa went 4-8. Let's see. Their NIL budget. Oh, okay. It's solid. Hold up. Why Army got the best NIL budget in the conference? Yo. That don't seem right. Right now, according to this website, Army has a 4,500 NIL budget. That seems egregious. New York, that's why.
Shazam!
Appreciate the follow. Hey. Okay. So if you're gonna do any of the military rebuilds, maybe Army, as they got that cheese apparently. But back to Tulsa, who according to this website got 2,125 NIL, which is middle of the pack, 1.5 star prestige. Tulsa, I mean, it doesn't move my needle a ton. It don't. Back half of A. Back half of A, man. Back half of A. Who's next? North Texas. North Texas. We're over halfway done, I think, y'all. North Texas. Where should we put these boys? I mean, they're good, bro. Like, I mean, end of the year ranked 12-2 last season. B tier. I mean, what's their NIL talking about? 74 overall team, so one of the better overalls in the conference. Don't have great dynasty points. Pipeline should be pretty good in Texas, but under 2,000 dynasty points, I think a B tier, man. C tier. I'm surprised how we don't have that many C tiers. I'm kind of surprised about that. A lot of A tiers. It's not that many good rebuilds. We might have to refine the list when it's all said and done. Okay. Next is Rice. I'm talking about it's too many A tiers. Well, I'm gonna throw Rice in the A tier, man. I like a Rice rebuild, man. A really good academic school. This is a school you want your son or daughter to go to, you know, get their education. Really good academic school, and that's a challenge for them. They're 66 overall. They're the lowest overall roster in this conference, but they have Texas pipelines. I'm gonna go A tier, man. I'm gonna go A tier for Rice, man. I would consider a Rice rebuild. Went 5-8 last season. Borderline S tier. I would agree, man. Let's put them at the top half of A tier. I would agree. Borderline S. Damn, no, throw them in the S, man. Throw them in the S. Talk myself into it. Next, let's do TU, man. My alma mater. I'm gonna go TU in A tier. Bias once again. But the reason I think I like a Temple rebuild so much is the location. Okay, do it the right way. Super fun rebuild. It's either you or Penn State in state, right? It's a rivalry. Peter Clark. What is it? Number 8, number 6 tight end in the game is at Temple. But like I said, do it the right way. Heavily recruit Philadelphia, heavily recruit Pennsylvania, dive into the Big Apple, Jersey, New York pipeline, talk to the DMV just a little bit. I think this could be a fun one, and also with the potential of moving them to the Big Ten. Eagle Stadium, yes, they do play in the Eagle Stadium as well. So that's a nice thing. Uniforms are nice. They got that beautiful gray alternate uniform that for some reason they took out of college football 25 like halfway through the year, man. I don't know why. I was using the uniform hat all year. Then halfway through they took it out. I don't know. But some nice uniforms as well. And also Eagle Stadium fits in the 50,000s, somewhere in 50,000. So in college football 25, when I did this rebuild, I was able to get our stadium ranked. So when it comes to stadium pulse, which I thought was pretty cool because we was good at that point. I'm gonna go A tier, man. And obviously a little bit biased, but I'm gonna go A tier for my Owls. Memphis, and we not talk about them hotels, man. What's up with the hotels in Memphis, man? Somebody B tier for the hotels, man. Some people probably, what's wrong with the hotels? Hey, man, NBA players be saying the hotel's terrible in Memphis. I don't know. Memphis is another school where I know someone that's pretty high up in the athletic department. Man, I know a solid amount of people at some of these programs. But Memphis is gonna be a B tier rebuild for me. And not just because of the hotels. I mean, it's B tier. It's B tier. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Good basketball school though. Yeah, Ja Morant, I believe he came from there. Who's next? Elite uniforms with Memphis. Who's next? South Florida. So yeah, Memphis went 8-5 last year. South Florida went 9-4. B tier, S tier. So they're in Florida. So you are talking with some pretty good pipelines. Man, their dynasty points is not that impressive. They're 1.5 star prestige. I'm gonna go B tier. I know some of y'all saying S. I'm gonna go B tier. They lost their quarterback, man. Quarterback went over to Auburn. They had what's his name? Byron Brown. Cam Newton built like type of quarterback where he's just big, tall, strong, fast, do a little bit of everything. So they lost their starting quarterback. He went over to Auburn. I'm gonna go A though, because like those pipelines can make things a little bit fun. Speaking of pipelines, Florida Atlantic is next. But they went 9-4 last season. South Florida. Florida Atlantic. I mean, do we just throw them in the A tier? Bro, did I already do Florida Atlantic? Or am I just overlooking them? I'm bugging. Yeah, there we go. Oh my. Oh my. Do we just go A tier, B tier? I think I want to move them down, man. They don't move my needle they don't move my needle as much. They don't move my needle like South Florida do. They're B tier, man. 71 overall team. They're a 1-star prestige, so one of the more challenging teams in the conference. Next, let's do Charlotte is going to be tough. Charlotte is going to be an A tier rebuild because they're going to be challenging. I'm not in love with the jerseys, personally. But 1.5 star. No, excuse me. Half a star prestige, 66 overall. That's Dell's junior team. Yeah, I'm gonna go A tier. I'm gonna go A tier for them boys. They were fun in 25. I'm gonna throw them A tier. What we got next? UAB. Where UAB? UAB. Another Bama team. 4-8 last season. I'm thinking B tier. I'm thinking B tier, personally. 4-8 last season, 1-star prestige, only 1,000 dynasty points to work with. That's gonna be tough. The least amount of dynasty points in the whole entire conference. It's not good. That's not good. It's gonna be a tough rebuild. I'm moving him up to A, man, just how challenging that could be. Yeah, we'll move him up to A. Who we got left? The Road Runners, 7-6 last season. I think just a B tier team for me personally. 1.5-star prestige, 72 overall, 186 dynasty points to work with. Yeah, I think just a B tier for me. Anyone else in the conference we missing in the American? I think that's it. I think we got everyone in the American. No, East Carolina is the last one. So East Carolina was a pretty good team last year. 9-4. They're 69 overall, which is solid for this conference. 2-star prestige. B tier for me. B tier for me. All right, what conference is next? Let's go back P4. What we say, ACC? I believe ACC is what we said we'll do next. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. BC, Boston College is a A-tier rebuild in my opinion. That's an A-tier rebuild for me. Challenging. Also, pipelines, not great. '79 overall team, 2.5-star prestige. Yeah, I think they're A-tier for me. SMU. SMU is interesting. 9-4 last year. I can't put SMU on A-tier. SMU is another program where I know some people that work over there. I'm gonna go B tier for SMU. I mean, one solid team in the conference. Miami is going to be D tier, for obvious reasons. Pitt, I think Pitt has to be probably a B tier team for me. Another in-state. Yeah, I think B tier, man. And I would do a Pitt rebuild also though. Like I would do a Pitt rebuild. 8-5 last season. They had who was their quarterback? Eli Holstein was their quarterback. Hey, appreciate the follow. It's Money Mar. Eli Holstein, and then I think they had another quarterback that ended up taking over. The way I remember it. Pitt's a 79 overall team, 3-star. They have a good amount of dynasty points to work with. Georgia Tech, I think also is a B tier. Like Georgia Tech could be a fun rebuild. I don't know if it's challenging. I feel like you could take over Georgia Tech and you kind of go dominate. Like I would rather go do a Pitt rebuild than a Georgia Tech. Because I do feel like 3-4 years you could go, Atlanta Pipeline is just going to go crazy if you know what you're doing. Duke, the College Football 26 Demons, the basketball school that went 9-5 last season. They're 75 overall in the game, so not one of the highest overall teams in the conference. 3-star prestige. Good amount of dynasty, okay amount of dynasty points to work with. You said Tech best intro in the game, Virginia Tech. What is it, the Sandman? Now I'm gonna go Duke B tier. The Wolfpack, NC State is gonna be next. 76 overall team. I mean, I feel like kind of all three of these teams, SMU, Pitt, Georgia Tech, Duke, NC State, it's kind of in a similar ballpark. All had okay years, nothing, nothing too
Shazam!
crazy, but winning records. Hey, GG's, Grandpa Game. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, I'm gonna go B tier for them boys. Who else we have next? Let's go Kyle, man. I think Kyle is going to be an A tier rebuild. They got the young lion at quarterback. You said S tier, go Bears. I think that, bro, I'm gonna go A tier. This is a team. If you able to retain a quarterback, you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot, man. Former 5-star that was committed to Oregon. Then before he ever even, I guess he did get the campus at Oregon. Maybe he didn't, but he yeah, I think he technically transferred to Cal, is the way I believe it worked. But pretty much a 5-star quarterback. I'm gonna go A tier. I would use them boys because I do like the idea of like taking over a program that maybe not quite there, but have a quarterback and building around the quarterback. And then once he leave, trying to keep things going. Clemson, a team that had a little bit of an underwhelming year. I'm gonna go C tier. 7-6 last season. In the game, they'll probably be pretty solid if I had to imagine. Hey, appreciate the follow over on Twitch. They're 84 overall team. They're a 4-star prestige. So prestige wise, they're the second best team in the conference, only behind Miami. Yeah, I think C tier, man. Raw, what's up, my guy? How you? Yeah, I'm gonna go C tier for Clemson, man. I think just a rebuild that could be pretty easy. Louisville. I think Louisville is also feeling like a B tier for me personally. Just on the same playing field as Pitt, Georgia Tech, Duke, NC State, in my opinion. No Lamar Jackson here. They're 82 overall team, 3-star prestige, dynasty points about 4,300. Nothing crazy. So plus Kyle never won a natty. There you go. You said NC State quarterback 6'7", dual threat. Oh yeah? Let me go look him up. You said 6'7" dual threat. What's the speed talking about? Let me look him up. Let me go see. Okay. Let's see. Quarterback. CJ Bailey. Where he transferred from? Or what's he been there? 6'6", 84 speed, the throw power. All right. Do it say what year he was? What year he is? Junior. Okay. All right, CJ. Okay. All right, who's next? Clemson, Wake Forest. Wake Forest 9-4 for Wake Forest. 4-4 in conference, so didn't do very good in conference play. But is Wake Forest D for Wake Forest? I'm thinking more B, potentially A for Wake. Wake Forest 76 overall team, 2-star prestige. Yeah, I'm gonna go A. So Wake Forest is the lowest prestige team in the conference. They're the only 2-star prestige in the ACC. Despite having a pretty good year, they also have the least amount of dynasty points to work with by a good margin. You're going to be operating. It's going to be tough. Man, yeah, this is gonna be a tough rebuild. This might be an S tier, y'all boys. When you really dive into it more, we'll leave it in B, but you really dive into that. I mess around going S tier. Speaking of S tier, Stanford is a very good rebuild for pipelines, man. Stanford has S tier pipelines. If y'all did not know that. Like literally the last 2 years, we'll see if college football 27 if they really changed the whole pipelines thing. But If they really changed up the whole pipelines, but yeah, S tier pipelines for I think literally top 10 out of all 136 teams in college football 26. Stanford had I think top 10 pipelines. I think it was like number 7, number 8 on that list, something like that. Mills did Stanford. Yeah, Mills doing the Stanford rebuild. Yes, sir. Shout out to Mills. But yeah, I'm gonna go A tier, man. Stanford is the team I would definitely consider. FSU, where was y'all pit FSU? Last 2 seasons they had 5-7 last year. The year before that, 2-10. The year before that, went what undefeated, missed out on the playoffs. Where would y'all pit FSU? This is truly a rebuild. A lot of these other ones are builds. You gotta build the program. No, FSU is a true rebuild. I'm gonna go A tier, man. I think FSU was a fun one because like I said, it's truly a rebuild. 82 overall team, so they're overall wise, they're still they're the third best team in the conference overall wise. So you do have that going for you. 3.5 star prestige, good amount of dynasty points to work with. I mean, you got the third amount of dynasty points to work with in the conference, so you should be bringing in top classes in the conference compared to your peers. I'm gonna go A tier, man. I think this is a quick, fun one. Get them back to glory and then move on. Tar Heels, Bill Belichick, man. Bill Belichick. Do Bill go on A tier? 4-8 last season. Go Tar Heels. S tier. I'm thinking B, man. 79 overall team. 2.5 star prestige. ECU at least A. He said S tier on PC when they mod in Bill. Yeah, I'm gonna go A tier. Bomb half an A tier for them boys. Man, Virginia Tech. Man, what Virginia Tech is an 81 overall. Shout out to James Franklin, man. Coming into that program and not missing a beat. I think S tier is a little bit too much, man. Hey, appreciate that follow the show player. I think S tier is a little bit aggressive. I'm thinking more like an A tier for VT. But VT is one I would do. And this is one where you got to consider taking over for James Franklin and continuing what he already did. Just brought in a pretty good transfer class and high school class in his short period of time. So where he did Boston College and then Syracuse. Maybe that's aggressive. I'm going S tier for the Qs, man, for the orange. I'm going Syracuse. I'm going, man. The mascot is damn near S tier. They have the dome. They got James Franklin, a team that went 3-9 last year, so it is a true rebuild. And they still have an okay amount of dynasty points to work with. Pipelines, Big Apple Pipelines is pretty solid in the game. 3-star prestige, and one of the bottom of the barrel teams when it comes to the conference from last year. I'm gonna go S tier, man. I'm gonna go S tier. What conference next, man? That's it for the Big 12, or excuse me, the AAC or ACC. Excuse me. So we got 2 more P4s left. Let's go. I think we go Conference USA. And then we go back to P4 after that. Let's go Conference USA. I know nobody asked for that. But let's go ahead and knock it out. I want to go back and forth from P4 Group 5. Okay. Where y'all pick Kennesaw State? Where y'all pick Kennesaw? Kennesaw new to FBS. I mean, good year last year, man. Who did Kennesaw beat that they wasn't supposed to? Was it Liberty? Who did they beat? No, who did they beat? I thought they beat someone ranked this year. I'm gonna go B tier for Kennesaw, man. Like, I mean, they was the best team in the conference last year. I mean, yeah. I'm going B tier. Jack State. I'm gonna also put Jack State B tier. Let me see what prestige these teams are talking about. Let's see. Oh my, these prestiges are terrible. Jack State's a 2.5 star. Kennesaw is a 1 star. Kennesaw is a 62 overall team. Kennesaw State is the lowest overall team in the game in the conference, even though they had the. Did they win the conference? I think they won the conference. Virginia ACC. I skipped Virginia. You're right. I did skip Virginia. Appreciate you. Where should Virginia go? Virginia. I mean, Virginia got to be a. Is Virginia not a B or C tier? Virginia 11-3 last season, end of the year ranked. Pretty much the second best team in the conference. I guess throw them in B. All right, back to Conference USA. Who we got? Western Kentucky with the mascot. With the crazy mascot. Oh man, let's throw him in A, man. Just for the mascot. But 9-4 last season, 67 overall roster. They're one of the better teams in the conference. 1.5 star prestige. USA with the win. Let's do it. Let's do it. LA Tech, Law Tech. So we already got. Like, I would rather do a Law Tech rebuild than a UL Monroe. I'm gonna put Law Tech A tier. Cause yeah. I would rather do a LA Tech rebuild. 8-5 last year. 1 star prestige, 67 overall team, around 1,000 dynasty points to work with. So not much, not much of a budget there. Missouri State, new team to the game last year. I got Missouri State on here twice. Interesting. Ooh, I'm missing the team. We'll add that. Yeah, we'll add that. Missouri State, A tier, 76 overall team. Missouri State, another program where I know someone that worked there. 64 overall team, 1/2 star prestige. Yeah, it could be A tier. Then we got F. Man, this one is funny. Like Pitbull. Is Pitbull not just A tier? Man, Pitbull probably gotta be A tier. 7-6 last season, 67 overall team, 1 star prestige. We'll rock out with A tier. Delaware, new to the game last year. Delaware's interesting, man. Like, their pipelines, Delaware and Missouri State has some of the worst pipelines in the game. Recruiting is gonna be tough. Dynasty points only 950, 1-star prestige. It said Miami's S tier, or is that why is Miami D tier? Because they was just in the playoffs and the national championship, so it's an easy team to rebuild. Even though they lost, they starting the quarterback. It's an easy rebuild. Nothing against Miami. Nothing against Miami. Just too easy. Who's next? You said, man, I'm 39 years old. I'm so excited. Won't sleep a wink tonight. Hey, man, that's funny. Man, I remember the last time I couldn't sleep over a video game or over something like that, man. I don't even know what age I was, but damn, Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero, man. When it was Christmas and I think my parents told, this happened twice in my life. It was one time my parents, like, they pretty much told me, like, I was getting the Guitar Hero, whatever. Couldn't sleep. And then when I got my PS4, I think I knew I was getting my PS4 on Christmas, and I'm like, I couldn't sleep the night before because I knew I was getting my PS4. And I mean, oh man, I'm sure everyone got a story like that. Who's next for us? Middle Tennessee. What we thinking? Middle Tennessee 9-3 last season. Half a star prestige, 67 overall, pretty much 700 dynasty points to work with. Yucky. Yucky. I'm gonna go. No, we can't throw. Yeah, go with that. That's fine. New Mexico State, 4-8 last season, 66 overall roster. I mean, the pipeline stink in the game, bro. Like, good luck. Good luck. UTEP. Also know some network at UTEP. No, I actually don't know. Anyway, UTEP 2-10 last season. Half a star prestige, 64 overall. UTEP A tier, or excuse me, S tier. You said. What make them S tier, bro? Maybe you're right. S tier. Let's put them top half of A at least. To Sam Houston. So I was planning on throwing Sam. I feel like I put Sam Houston in S tier like 2 years in a row. You said, all right. So two of y'all said S tier. So let's swap them. I feel like I put Sam Houston in S tier last year. You said it's a tier list for Dynasty Challenge. It's kind of just a tier list for all rebuilds, or for not really a Dynasty Challenge. I miss FSU. I didn't do FSU. But yeah, it's kind of just a tier list for the best teams to rebuild. When it comes to being challenging, fun, jerseys, stadium, school history, a little bit of everything. Okay, I think that's the last team. Liberty. I missed Liberty for this conference. So Liberty's an interesting one because they had a pretty bad season last year, but traditionally they've been a pretty solid team in the conference. Been a pretty good team in the conference. Down year. Overall wise, they are the best team in the conference overall wise. 72 overall, only a 1-star prestige. They got the second most dynasty points to work with in the conference. So all things considered, is Liberty a tough rebuild? Yes, because they're a 1-star prestige. But comparing them to the other teams in the conference, are they tough? Not as tough as some of the other teams. I'm gonna go B tier. Big 12 next. Let's do it. Big 12. Let's do it. All right, starting off with the Big 12. Let's start with Texas Tech. Tech is going to go in C tier. A playoff team. I don't know if they are D tier, like I said, playoff team, but they're not Michigan. They're not some of these teams that, I think C tier for me. On BYU, same boat. Only at 82 overall in the game, but 4-star prestige. They're actually the highest prestige in the conference, BYU. They're the only 4-star prestige in this conference. So they're definitely going to go in the C tier. Texas Tech is only a 3.5 star. So they're definitely going to go, they're going to go C tier for me. Utah. I think Utah is also probably just a C tier. I mean, I like Utah playbook. Utah got a pretty fun playbook. And they actually have some of the most dynasty points to work with. Not the most, some of the most. Texas Tech got the most to work with in the conference. I'm gonna throw Utah in on B. Arizona. Know someone that work at Arizona as well in marketing. Man, I like Arizona. 9-4 last season. 79 overall. I think I'm gonna throw both the Arizona teams in B. In my opinion, wherever you pick one, the other should go. I think both could be fun rebuilds, whether they both B, both A. Especially this year when I think people are going to be a little bit more inclined to pick better teams, like picking like an Arizona or Arizona State. I think is a good option. Appreciate the follow. Instead of picking the bottom of the barrel team that might take you, if you don't plan on spending 10 years with a dynasty, picking an Arizona where you could potentially go win something first 5 to 7 years. I think I like that. We'll go B. Iowa State. Where do I want to put these boys? 74 overall. They're the lowest overall team in the conference. Also, let's go B for Iowa State. Yeah, lowest overall in the conference. 8-4 last season. 2.5 star prestige. Okay. Kansas State 6-6 last season, but winning record in the conference. 76 overall. Kansas State doesn't move my needle much. They're going to be also kind of just a B tier for me. TCU, bring them back. 80 overall, 3.5 star prestige. Said TCU probably B star or B tier. Love the colors. Man, I'm gonna back half TCU in A tier, and maybe this one might not make sense for everyone. Man, and they ain't have a bad year last season either. 9-4 end of the year ranked. Man, I got 2 core memories from TCU over the last 5 years or whatever. Playoff against Georgia, national championship against Georgia, nasty. And then also that first year of Deion Sanders, and Deion Sanders played TCU at TCU and went in there and beat them boys. And that was the year after TCU, just made the playoffs. So people thought TCU was a pretty good team. So those are my 2 core memories of TCU, 2 losses over the last couple years. Maybe y'all memories are different. But they're gonna be an A tier rebuild, man. I would do a TCU rebuild. It wouldn't be a long rebuild because, like I said, I think you could get it done in 5 years. But Texas Christian school, so
Shazam!
Appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follow on Twitch, man. Who we want next? Go Cincinnati. Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce. Yeah, that's why I couldn't see it. It's blacked out. Who else coached? Who coached at Cincinnati? Was Brian Kelly at Cincinnati? Maybe. I think he was. Maybe I'm tripping. I'm gonna go B tier for Cincinnati. I'm gonna go B tier. 7-6 last season. 75 overall. 2.5 star prestige. Baylor. Man, Baylor is gonna be a same boat as TCU. Like, bring them back to the top. They damn near want to throw them in S tier, man. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna throw them in S tier. Maybe this one don't make the most sense. But you also got DJ Lagway, former 5-star quarterback. It could be a little bit of a fun rebuild. Yeah, I'm gonna throw them in S tier. Yeah, they got Lagway. Yeah, I'm throwing them S tier, man. 79 overall, 2.5 star prestige. The interesting part is that dynasty points is not that crazy. So Cincinnati got the least amount of dynasty points in the conference. No, not the least. One of the least. Because the team that has the least is up next. Kansas basketball school. Got to bring them back. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Dylan. S tier for Baylor. Kansas, I'm going to go A tier. Basketball school, least amount of dynasty points. And it makes sense. 76 overall. Pipelines. Not sure how good they'll be. UCF is going to be next. 5-7 last year. Pipeline should be pretty good for this UCS team. Thinking B tier for them boys right now. 77 overall, 2.5 star prestige. For this to be a team in Florida, you would think they might have a little bit more going for them. But dynasty points under 3,000, so on the low end for the conference. Go B tier. Doesn't move my needle enough. West Virginia. It's going to be next. 4-8 last season. 79 overall, 2.5 star prestige, over 4,000 dynasty points. So over 1,000 more dynasty points to work with than UCF. I think I'm gonna put them in on B tier as well. And this one is, a lot of people might not like this one, man. Bang! Colorado S tier. Thought process. 4-8 year one with Dion. 9-3 year two with Dion. 3-9 year three. Year two, 9-3, or 9-4 because they lost the bowl game also. Year three, 3-9 last season. So it's an interesting rebuild because they brought in so many transfers. Flip the roster every single season. If you're going to do this rebuild, I feel like you got to continue to do it like that, man. Keep bringing in a ton of transfers. Heavy on the portal. They're 81 overall team, so they could compete in the conference. Like, overall wise, they're the second highest or third highest overall team in this conference, behind BYU and behind Texas Tech. Third highest overall. Overall doesn't mean everything. They got a very good receiver room. They got a young quarterback, and also a big reason I like it is like you're finishing what Dion started. Appreciate the follows, y'all. Appreciate the follows, y'all, boys. When the game drops? The game drops 2 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow afternoon, man. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Appreciate the follow. So we got some time, man. We got some time. And then we got Oklahoma State, who has went 1-11 somehow, some way. Somehow, some way, the Cowboys. Someone got to bring them back to greatness. We're gonna go A tier for the Cowboys, man. We're gonna go A tier. Someone got to bring these boys back, man. 0-9 in the conference, by the way, last season. They got a solid amount of dynasty points to work with. 3-star prestige. That's your Big 12 conference, man. Who should we do next? Who's next, y'all? What conference next? SEC? Should we say the SEC for last? Who we have left? We're dead, Mountain West. Got Mid-American. Let's knock out. Let's do the SEC. Let's say the SEC for last, man. Save the SEC for the last. The Broncos, Western Michigan. Where are these boys at? Oh, I'm looking right over them. I'm gonna go B tier. What for Western Michigan? Hold up 1 second, y'all boys. All right, go Matt Conference. Western Michigan is a 67 overall team, 1-star prestige. But best team in the conference last year. What time? No, it come out tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Eastern time. Ohio 9-4 last season. Man, Sac State is such a high overall. That's interesting. 67 overall team for Ohio. I mean, to me, they just feel B tier. I mean, not really moving my needle. Toledo, 8-5. Solid amount of dynasty points, all things considered, for the conference. Second highest, third highest in the conference, dynasty points. I mean, I'm thinking B also, man. Miami of Ohio, and these are some of the better teams in the conference. Electrify, what's up, bro? You said, what's up, Jan? How long? Yeah, I'm doing a long rebuild. Yeah, I don't know what team, man. So I'm still deciding what team I'm gonna use for that long rebuild. I think my plan is for that first episode of that long rebuild to drop on Sunday. So I got now until pretty much Saturday because I'm gonna record that first episode on Saturday, dropping on Sunday. So I got from now until Sunday, or excuse me, Saturday, to figure out what team I'm going to use for that rebuild, man. I currently do not know. Where we at? Who we is doing? We did Toledo. We're on Miami. Yep, we're on Miami. Miami 7-7 last season. 70 overall team. Good amount of dynasty points. I'm gonna go A tier. Miami of Ohio. Central Michigan. 7-6 last season, 67 overall, 1-star prestige on the bottom half of dynasty points for this conference. A tier, y'all saying? So you thinking Oregon State, bring them back? Yeah, Oregon State, a good one, man. Team that struggled, so that's a good one. Damn, bro. Yeah, I'm thinking B tier for Central Michigan. Who's next? The Akron Zips. Cleveland, this is for you. Akron went 5-7 last season, 64 overall for the Zips. Man, I just bought these headphones like literally for this stream. These might be some of the worst headphones, bro. These things stink. Hey, so uncomfortable. Okay, where are we at? All right, we got Akron. Okay, after that, Buffalo. I think I'm gonna throw Buffalo, and I think Buffalo at A tier for me. Rivals of Temple University. They're a 66 overall team in New York. Who did a Buffalo rebuild last year? Was it Hurricane? Yeah, I think it was Hurricane. Or he might have did in 25. But yeah. Kent State. Kent State. So Kent State 5-7 last year. The year before that, they went defeated. I think a lot of people remember Kent State being bad last year. They wasn't that bad. It went 5-7. I'm gonna throw Kent State in the A tier. They improved. They didn't go defeated. We have another team that did go defeated. We'll talk about them in a second. Eastern Michigan. Is Eastern Michigan not just S tier, man? I mean the field. The field. Bro, I love a colored field. I do. I love a colored field. You said a Jaden stream, about time. The field so buns. Oh man, I love a color field. You said PC 30X. All right, let me look those up. But now I feel bad. I just spent whatever 50. I think these headphones are cheap. $50 on some headphones. I gotta at least get like a month out of them before I go get some new ones. But yeah, these headphones whack. I've been on live for 2 hours and my ears hurting. Whack. Oh man, whack. But yeah, that's funny. A Jaden stream, about time. What's up, Jay? How you, man? Hope you good. Who's next? Yeah, we went S tier for Eastern Michigan. Ball State. Where do you throw a Ball State at, man? Shout out to Max Plays. I think Max Played did Ball State last year. I'm gonna put Ball State in the A tier. I wouldn't personally do a Ball State. Half a star prestige, 65 overall. Not a lot of dynasty points to work with, man. What's up, my guy? You say you drew Memphis. Are you cooked? No, you good. Man, I got Memphis in the B tier. I don't think Memphis is a bad one, man. Memphis is, for me, is like borderline A tier. Yeah, the more I think about Memphis, the more I want to move him up, man. You're not cooked, my guy. I appreciate you coming through, man. Yeah, I might just use my other headphones, bro. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Oh, nah. I'm just F it. Power through it. Power through it. Bowling Green. 4-8 last season. BG. I like Bowling Green unis, man. Shout out to their tight end from last year. What's his name? Fannin? What's his name? Was that his name? Fannin? The buddy that set all them records? I forgot about his name. He set all them records, man. I feel like he on the Browns right now with Shador. But shout out to Buddy. You said Rayford Lee to start up. Had a blast. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. North Illinois 3-9 last season. NIU probably just A tier. They beat Notre Dame. And then Mass. Mass is probably one of the hardest rebuilds in the game, in my opinion. Maybe not the best unis, maybe not the best stadium, but snow. To me, that's a plus. Just the potential of a snow game. That's a plus for me. Especially when we got dynamic weather. And then also literally one of the worst teams in college football last year, record-wise. 0-12. They went 0-12 last year. They're 66 overall. So not sure why their overall is that good compared to some of the other teams that, done worse. But they're half a star prestige. They have literally the lowest amount of dynasty points in the whole entire conference. They might have the least amount of dynasty points in the whole entire game. They have 440 dynasty points to work with. This is going to be a tough rebuild. It's going to be a tough rebuild. One I'm not looking forward to doing. Not looking forward to doing it. Okay. How did I miss some of these teams? Let's see. So we missed Houston from the Big 12. Houston went 10-3 last season. See, they did too good. Like, I would want to do a Houston rebuild. Houston was glitched like the last 2 years, by the way. I feel like not enough people talked about that. Houston was glitched, recruiting wise. So hopefully that's fixed this year. Snow game's gonna be dope. When is the streamathon starting? Streamathon. Oh, the subathon is starting up 12 noon. I might have the time wrong. On YouTube. Subathon is starting at noon Central Time. So 1 p.m. Eastern. Is when I'm starting it. So be there or be square. Who else did we miss? Nevada. Missed a few teams. I'm blaming y'all, man. How y'all let me miss teams and then say nothing? I thought I did the Lobos. Did I not? I guess I did miss them. Nevada 3-9 last season. I think Nevada's not great pipeline, or the pipelines are okay. Like, I do like the West Coast pipeline. You said Nevada S tier. I'm gonna go A tier for Nevada, man. You say you excited for coach mode? Yeah, man. I'm excited for coach mode. Give it a try, man. I don't know what I'm looking forward to most. I don't. Lobos, I'm gonna put on B tier. UNLV is a team that I would want to put A tier, but they was too good last year, man. I feel like it was a little bit too good. 10-4 last season. I'll put them B tier, but UNLV is a team I would consider doing. Vegas team, man. I'll put them B tier. We already did these boys. Wyoming, we missed my Wyoming too. Wyoming, I thought we did Wyoming. Wyoming is probably gonna be a A tier for me. Wyoming is a program that went 4-8 last season. Trying to see what their overall 67 overall, 1-star prestige for Wyoming. 1,400 dynasty points for Wyoming to work with. I'm gonna go A tier for them boys. Who else did we miss? Damn, we missed a bunch of teams. The Spartans. I'm gonna put the Spartans A tier. I almost want to go S tier for these boys. But San Jose State out there in Cali, 3-9 record. And then UConn. UConn is such an interesting one. Because the pipelines are not great in the game. Like 71 overall, 2.5-star prestige. I'm gonna go UConn as an A tier. I mean, UConn is almost the same as UMass. I feel like those teams go kind of hand in hand in the game, at least. Basketball school again. Notre Dame. Notre Dame got to be a D tier. Your home state, Connecticut. I lived in, where did I go? I went to University of New Haven for grad school. Got my master's from there, out there in Connecticut. New Haven, Connecticut, cool, solid spot, man. Yale is right there. You got like a couple colleges in that area. Who else do we have? Hawaii. I miss Hawaii also. Man, Hawaii got to be B tier, man. I think in the past I threw Hawaii S tier. I got to give them a break off S. Hawaii's a tough one, man. You know, pipelines are not good. But Hawaii is one that I feel like it's kind of, is it too popular? But they did good last year. The Rainbows 9-4 last season. Yeah, I'm gonna go A tier. Just a tough one to rebuild. And then we're missing one team from this list. So let me go ahead and add them. Let me go ahead and add this last team. Perfect. Sac State. So I think we got to throw the two new teams in S tier. I mean, it's just, you know, NDSU is, maybe the top of S tier. A team that's very, very popular. Like, I think this is going to be a team that so many people will do for good reason. I think for good reason. NDSU. The pipelines are probably gonna be really, really bad. I'm interested to see what the pipelines are talking about. I feel like they're gonna be pretty bad. But we'll just have to see when we get the game. Sac State is also a interesting one to me. For obvious reasons. The new teams to college football always get some extra love. So yeah, so they both will be in S tier. But NDSU might be one of the most popular rebuilds. Yeah, pipeline's gonna be hard. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But a fun program. Also, snow. To me, that adds an extra element, man. I like snow games. Snow in real life, I can do without it. But in the game, they play in the dome. I didn't even know they play in the dome. Damn, that's corny. Disregard, no snow, no fun. Yeah, I didn't even know they play in the dome. Makes sense though. Almost worked at NDSU. All right, SEC is last here, man. SEC. Yeah, apparently they do play in the dome. Apparently. Um, Bama, C tier. Or just no, they gotta be D. No, C tier. C tier because the one storyline of getting Bama back to the Nick Saban days, in my opinion, makes it C tier and not D tier. Because it's that one storyline. I got one homie that's a really big Alabama fan, and he is not happy because he's used to one thing and it's not that right now. So for that reason, I'm gonna go C tier. Arkansas. Arkansas is an S tier rebuild in the SEC, man. In my opinion. In my opinion. Arkansas 2-10, defeated in conference, 0-8 in conference play last year. Did not win a conference game. 82 overall roster, 3-star prestige. They have a solid amount of dynasty points. Recruiting shouldn't be terrible. Should be able to dip into a lot of Louisiana guys in recruiting. Like, shouldn't be terrible recruiting. But I'm gonna go S tier for that rebuild with them boys. Auburn, you got a fun quarterback, man. You got a fun quarterback. Byron Brown, transfer from South Florida. I think I'm gonna go A tier for them boys, man. 5-7 last season. 85 overall team. So obviously you're better than majority of the rosters out there. But in SEC, that's kind of middle of the pack compared to the other SEC teams. So I'm gonna go A tier. Florida. Florida is another interesting one. John Summerall has taken over the Gators. I'm gonna go A tier for these boys. And obviously this is like every conference is on different levels. Florida is a rebuild that should take you 5 years max. If you can't win a national championship in 5 years, you're doing something wrong. But 4-8 last season, obviously let go of their head coach. On recruiting, you'll have no issues. You say you could end stream since Auburn is done. we almost there. That's funny. Georgia D tier, just too good. LSU, I'm gonna go. Like, is it A or is it B or C tier? Like, I don't think this is a. Yeah, I think B. Obviously, let go of their coach, brought in a new roster, new program, and this is a team that's going to be a good team in college football. Like 27, like you could go win a national championship with this LSU roster in college football 27 tomorrow when it comes out, like year one. Recruiting, you're going to dominate. They have some of the most dynasty points to work with in the whole entire game. So yeah, I think it's between B or C. The only way you could really push for B just because of storyline of new coach, new program, new, all of that. Kentucky, 5-7 team. Shout out to Bordeaux. But I think Kentucky's we go back half of A. Pass. Kentucky back half of a A tier, man. So 5-7 last season. 81 overall, 3-star prestige. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. It's tough to compete with Kentucky. But could be a fun rebuild. Mississippi State, who actually was a pretty solid like, man, they went 1-7 in the conference last year. I forget how many close games they played, but man, they're gonna be a B. No, they gotta be A tier. Like, they gotta be ahead of Kentucky. They gotta be ahead of Kentucky, in my opinion. Okay. Mississippi State, 82 overall, 2.5-star prestige. Some of the the least amount of dynasty points to work with in the whole entire conference, by the way. The least amount. So, yeah. The Zoo, 8-5 for the Zoo. I'm gonna go on B tier. 3-star prestige. Just doesn't really move my needle. If you wanted to do a Mizzou rebuild, doesn't really move my needle. Let's go South Carolina. South Carolina had a down year, 4-8. South Carolina was a team that people thought was gonna make the playoffs. I'm gonna go B tier. You still have the star quarterback. You still have the most glitchiest receiver in the whole game, Nicholas Harbor. I have no idea if his name is Nicholas, but Nick Harbor. And then you got Dylan Stewart at Ed. Like, you still have some pretty crazy players on this roster. Pretty fun players. 85 overall team, 3-star prestige. Like, this is a good roster where you could go make the playoffs with this. Like, we're gonna put him A tier, but had a down year. I think it could be some fun there, especially in year one, and continuing to build on that. Okay. Ole Miss, C tier. Lost their coach. Obviously made the playoffs, beat Georgia in the playoffs, won 2 playoff games, but lost their coach. 86 overall in the game, 4.5-star prestige. I think just a C tier rebuild. I think they has the highest overall running back in the whole game, I believe, or one of the highest overall running backs at least. But yeah, I'll go C tier for them boys. Maybe you could argue B, but I think they should be in C. Texas, D tier. Nothing to really talk about there. One of the better programs. I think A&M is also D tier. One of the better teams in the SEC. Made the playoffs last year as well. Still have their coach. Still have their starting quarterback. All the things. And Ole Miss also had Trinidad Chambliss. They probably should be D tier. We'll leave them in C though. Okay. OU is probably also just C tier. It's like they're just such a good team. John McTeer at quarterback, 4.5-star prestige, a lot of over pretty much 11,000 dynasty points to work with. Tennessee is probably also just C tier. 8-5 last season. And then last program is gonna be Vanderbilt, man. Vanderbilt had a very good year. I'm gonna go Vanderbilt A tier. Very good year, but Steve with the resub, man. I appreciate you, Steve. Appreciate you, my guy. Y'all dropping all these subs, man. Tomorrow the subathon. I appreciate y'all though. I appreciate y'all. Just have that same energy tomorrow. Y'all boys. I'm good, Steve. How you, man? But Vandy, they lost their quarterback, lost a couple things. Good year last season, but I think they still a team you should look to rebuild in the SEC. Prestige wise, there's only 2 teams that's under a 3-star prestige, and it's Vandy and it's Mississippi State. So Vandy has some of the lowest amount of dynasty points to work with in the conference, the 3rd lowest. So that's just gonna be tough, man. It's just gonna be a tough rebuild with them boys, man. It's gonna be a tough rebuild. But that is our 2-hour essentially tier list of all 138 college football programs. Y'all boys let me know what I got wrong, what I got right. But if y'all enjoyed the video, make sure to like, comment, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all boys. Now we on to the next one. All right. We not done streaming, y'all. That was the outro for the YouTube video. We not done streaming. We not done. You said peace, y'all boys stay hydrated. No cap. Yeah, I might go get some water, use the bathroom. But we not done streaming, y'all. Appreciate them follows, y'all. Appreciate them follows. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. It's at 15 hours left. There we go. We almost there. I'll be back in a minute, y'all. Let me get some water. Oh man, y'all boys still here? I see through you. What's up, man? How you? How you? All right, let me take a screenshot. What's the best way to take a screenshot of all this? I guess like this. Let me tweet this out. Tweet the tier list out. So I'm thinking we watched my guy Drew, not the expert. Or is it something else we should watch? I don't think I ever made a tweet from my PC. All right, my college football 27 tier list. Who did I get wrong? Okay. Perfect. One more sleep, y'all. One more sleep. One more sleep, y'all boys. Oh man.
Thanks to the EA Sports Creator Network for letting me play College Football 27 early. This is a work in progress build. Get the MVP membership today. Welcome to College Football 27. Let's start our road to glory. Now, I've done the underdog in the past, but I think this year I might want to change it up. Let's go with an elite prospect for once. And they added a bunch of new positions this year: tight end, edge, Mike linebacker, cornerback, and free safety. All those sound pretty fun, and you know I would love to be a dominant blocking tight end, but we'll do that one later on. And I have a feeling there's going to be other YouTubers who do that. I want to be a quarterback. I was a fullback last year. I got the perfect name for a 5-star QB. Mr. Pat Statting. Let's make him from a random state. Let's see what the wheel drops him in. Georgia. Not a bad state. And how about a random town? Decatur, Georgia. Okay. Let's see which jersey's gonna look the best. I'm liking the Mustangs look. The colors are just popping the best on this one. I don't like the finger wag. That's a little bit too much. This guy is already giving me Joe Burrow vibes, and that's exactly what we're going for. Was this an 18-year-old kid with a mustache? Kinda lit. Yep, He seems to like his look. Thumbs up. Oh, we can do the hanging mouthpieces this year. That'll be nice. It even wiggles around. Cool physics. Ooh, you can do the open coach wristband now. Seems like they updated a couple of things in equipment. I'm liking it. Much needed changes. One leg sleeve. Let's go. That's what the people came to see. Oh, you can also go coach wristband in the middle. That's something new. I'm digging the shoes.
Kind of want to watch more of a Dynasty video. I'm just not much of a Road to Glory guy. Do we just watch Bordeaux? I kind of want to watch Dynasty.
1,840 game tape score.
Let's watch my guy Bordeaux, man.
I'm rebuilding my favorite school in college football 27 until we win a championship with Kentucky or I play 5 years in Dynasty, whatever comes first. When I played with them on stream a month ago, I might have gone 2-10 in year 1, but this is my fresh start where I still have a lot to learn with managing a budget, and thank you to the EA Creator Network for allowing me to capture this early access footage. I also have to mention this was all captured on an early access build, and get the MVP Plus membership today. I have to say, I am really excited to try and actually redeem Kentucky in this video. 5 years to win a championship, I would have felt comfortable doing that on previous games. I'm not so sure about it on this one. And let's start talking about our quarterback, Kenny Minchie. He cares about championship contender. He's a junior. There's a decent chance he doesn't return for a senior year if we don't have a good season. Also, if you're a little bit confused why one of these schools isn't my first rebuild on this game, that is because I have to wait for the full game to drop before I start my first series with one of those schools. I'll still be picking one of those, and we'll be doing a full series on the channel that goes a long time. So make sure you're subscribed. Let's get back to what we're doing with my favorite team, though. So looking at our budget, the way that it is split up, we have a certain amount in staff, facilities, recruits that we're going to go after. None right now, but we can add to it. And then our roster NIL, we have to retain the guys on our team every single season. So we have 1,315 that is currently unspent. Now, I don't have to upgrade our facilities at any point because they're already as good as they can get. National powerhouse. This gives us a plus 16 progression to our players. One of the benefits of being in the SEC and having some money. But another thing we can do is get additional equipment that maybe reduces the wear and tear some of our players take, their injury chances. We're not going to do this until we start having some really good season.
You said, what's up? How do you join the Dynasty on Discord? If you're in the Discord, we got a tab that say League Inquirer. If you go in there and say you want to join one of the Dynasties, whether the money tier list together or the free one, we'll get you on the wait list. We got a wait list. To kind of,
if anything, outside of our coordinators, I want to focus on our support staff, where we can hire 3 of them because we have a 3-star team prestige. This is where you're going to see some really intriguing benefits that could make you a lot of Dynasty points, like the fundraising department one. If you take a close look at it, we're paying $1,250 up front to get $1,700 next year. It kind of pains me to do this, but we are sacrificing our success this season to build our roster better for the future, so we're actually going to spend almost our entire budget on this up front. I just want to take a chance with it. So a little later on in this dynasty, we have more money to spend. Now, Will Stein has certain objectives we can complete to get points as well. So those are some of the things we're going to try and achieve. And another thing you actually want to take note of is your roster NIL. So all of these guys that we are paying a certain amount each season, like senior Ty Bryant, he's getting 135 NIL. Well, he's going to graduate at the end of the year, and that money becomes available again. So in total, with the guys that won't be with our team next year, we're actually still going to have about 1,000 NIL to spend on building this roster. We're going to go after a 4-star quarterback from Ohio. Kentucky is a very good pipeline in this state. And you might notice that even 3 stars are going to cost a certain amount in NIL that you have to pay them just to offer a scholarship. My first little tip would be look for some of the worst rated 3-star.
So I think this is one of the most interesting parts about Dynasty. Like, so obviously NIL is now in the game, right? Now, if we could still get 3 stars, extremely easy, that's very good players, for free, no NIL, you know, that could be an issue. Or it's just gonna make things a lot easier, I think. I guess we just gotta see how good it actually is. But I also wonder, like, do national rank actually mean anything now? The last 2 years, it didn't mean anything. What meant something was the star rating of the player. So, you know, the number 503 star, the number 1,100, you know, 20th, whatever. That same 3-star both could be, you know, the same rated player, just as good. It didn't matter. So I wonder if national rank actually means something. Because I assume it still doesn't. So if it still doesn't, but now the guys that's rated lower in the 3-star because of national rank, if those guys just now don't have an NIL cost, but they're still the same exact caliber of player as the guys that's rated higher, and the guys that's rated higher actually want NIL, do y'all see the imbalance there? If that is the case, it would just be no point to go after that 3-star that's rated higher that wants NIL if they're the same caliber player as the 3-star that's, you know, rated in the 1800s and wants no NIL. It makes no sense to go after that guy. I appreciate them follows. But if that makes sense. New College Football 27, hey man, we almost there, y'all. We almost there. But appreciate them follows, y'all boys. So I'm just interested to see some of that stuff and, you know, how it actually works in the game.
Because these guys might not demand as much money. And another tip of mine, if you've been watching my channel for a while, you would know I like to go after guys that have deal breakers that aren't going to change, that aren't going to make them want to transfer. That is something you want to do on this year's game as well. We are going to scout some of these corners, try and find guys that have better than 83 speed. That's just not going to do it in the SEC. We're going to really have to get some good transfers in. I don't think 3-stars are going to help us compete that well, but I do like that we're finding the gym. I'm already noticing a huge discrepancy stat-wise between some of the same archetype build receivers as well. You got a physical route runner here with 87 speed. This
one was crazy to me. The server go live at midnight? No. Unfortunately, was it 2 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow? Is when everything goes live. 2 o'clock Eastern. But yeah, this is interesting. This is something you did not see in 26. You know, both the same archetype. Speed, acceleration. Unfortunately, we don't get to see his height, weight. But player rated 1,600. Okay. Also player rated 1,600. Don't get to see his height or weight. But significant less speed. And is, you know, he's better at route running, but the speed is such a major drop off. And I think speed is going to matter more than ever this year coming out of high school, just because how expensive it is going to be. It's going to be to upgrade speed this year. I don't know if y'all seen it. It is expensive to upgrade speed. What's up, my guy? Hey, I appreciate the follow. Appreciate you coming through. Appreciate you coming through, big dog. Midnight releases was the best? 100%, man. It's like 20 points, yeah. So I think speed is going to be more important than ever this year.
Same archetype build receivers as well. You got a physical route runner here with 87 speed. This guy only is 79 and he's a bust. So price is off of our board. Alton Kroom, though, is going to be the 4-star that we target just because he is the only 4-star that has showed up as a gym. Though we're still going to go after all 3 of those guys. When you offer these scholarships, you better be ready to spend some money. Only 105 isn't too bad. I actually want to give him a little bit more just to get that extra bonus. But I will say one thing to keep in mind is you are setting the standard for the rest of their career in most likely the least amount of money that some of these players are willing to take. We are definitely going to be losing players for a while as well here at Kentucky because, as you can see, a lot of our guys want to transfer. There are 21 players alone that aren't happy with our pro potential grade, but also currently a lot of those guys are actually happy here in Lexington. As you can see, there are only a certain select amount of these players that actually want to transfer due to pro potential at the moment. The more this bar goes up, the higher of a chance they want to ask for more money during the off season. And I would like to think think that we aren't going to have any issues in our first game with Will Stein as Kentucky's head coach against an FCS school. We have a huge overall advantage. Before we touch on any of our first results, though, I want to talk about this 4-star quarterback from Ohio. Right now, Ohio State has the pipeline advantage. They have better school grades than us, but we were able to hard sell pretty effectively. And on top of that, we are also going to schedule him for a visit against South Alabama in week 4, a game that we should be able to win. And then on top of that, since we could also give him more money to make him more interested, we are going to do that. Now, we could really push the limits here. Again, we're setting the standard higher, but I just want to make sure that we sign a 4-star quarterback. So I was hoping we could at least get to week 4 and have an opportunity for him to come to Lexington to give Kentucky a chance. But it turns out none of that's going to happen because Dominique must have been a fan of Ohio State growing up or something. He is already committed to the Buckeyes in week 4. I will say, I'm going to be very upset if they come out of nowhere to take Alton Kroom away from us as well, since they are in his top 3 still. We're also in a battle for Louisville, but they just pulled back. And there have been some schools just coming out of nowhere, even on some of these 3-stars at the end of the battles, trying to make it competitive. This is where we have to talk about what's happened during the first 5 games of our season, though, where we upset Alabama. We were able to pull off a win at Kroger Field against them, then we lost to Texas A&M. They're very good. We barely survived against South Alabama, and then we lost to South Carolina, so we're currently 3-2. Let's just say there's a lot of season left to play at the moment, but what I'm concerned with is our game against LSU. We have visiting recruits for this matchup. Sam Leavitt is obviously going to be a very hard quarterback for us to stop, and they're going to be the higher overall team. But sometimes you just have to have a little bit of faith. Jewel is on a week 7 visit at Michigan State next week, so we want to get him locked down this week. We also got the verbal commit out of Augustine. We need the hard commit for him to actually be locked into Kentucky, and that's something that you're going to see on 3-star tight end Josh McCrary. Until they are hard committed, there's a chance that Duke or Wisconsin could flip him, which is why we are going to do our best here to upset the Tigers. I will say, you all have gotten a lot of Kentucky content early on, but if I'm going to be doing a one-off Dynasty at this point before the Dynasty series, we are going to save Kentucky. Cam Newton called us out during that stream. I will redeem him. And it is our rushing attack that LSU has struggled to stop so far early on in this game. That's going to be the first touchdown. Javonte Barnes and CJ Baxter has been a fun duo to use early on. And I still wish we would have been able to get that 4-star quarterback from Ohio State as well. But at least we're finding some success. I mean, there's not much more that we could have done here. Just a great read from the defensive lineman, which means near the end of the second quarter, we are most likely getting held to a field goal. No, we're not. I didn't throw it fast enough. I just didn't throw it fast enough. Okay, LSU takes the lead when their offense hasn't even been effective so far. By the time that we are approaching the 4th quarter, we have not moved the ball well. And I gotta say, I don't think this game has really gone the way that we hoped it would. Now, CJ Baxter is going to have a lane here to turn that into a first. But trailing by 13, 5 minutes left, are we going to be able to come back against LSU? That could be a whole other story. Kenny Minchie has also gotten banged up pretty bad in this game, as you can tell. But it's not going to stop him from finishing this one out for us. We're waiting for the halfback angle route. It's going to be caught. And we are trying to pull off a huge comeback here at home in front of the fans. CJ Baxter has it. The crowd is shaking. They're so excited. And that's a touchdown. Here we go, though. I already knew it was going to be reviewed. It was pretty obvious that he was short, which is okay with me. Wait, this is where I should try out the new quarterback sneak. I was pretty sure that you would have to time this, and we did. Still didn't go far, which means I am not taking any risks on 3rd and goal. When I started playing college football 25, when these games came to the new consoles, when they finally returned, this was my play, my go-to, the jet touch pass. We need one stop. There is still hope that we impress these visiting recruits, and we are locked in. 3rd down. It's a big run. It's a big run. They actually got that. I pass committed. That was completely my fault. They are going to hand it off again. And we're using our timeouts. Look at that headset. We're run committing up the middle. We knew that the run was coming there, and they still got it. Which means there's only one thing I know left to do. Come out in mid-blitz. If we can time this right, we should be able to cause them to lose some yards or even get a sack. Which means it is 3rd and 13. All we have to do is prevent LSU from picking up a first down here. And we're going to get that football back. We're going to get that football back. That is the 2-minute warning. It is happening. It is happening. The stadium pulse is kicked in. Kroger Field is pumped up. And we got our chance. Now, that is a very far punt. We're just going to let that go. But I am noticing our team is beat up. We've been playing for 5 or 6 straight weeks at this point in the season. We need some rest. There are new things you can do towards that I probably need to figure out after this game. I was trying to throw that away. I understand that is not going to look good, though. I did not want to juke there. Maybe we go for our tight end. Catch that. We're good. I'm sitting here thinking about the comments. Everyone says I'm bad at this game. We're going to lock in here. We are going to pick up this third down. Tight end isn't there in the seam. Oh, gosh. Not my first pick. Not my first pick. Okay. We're going to lose to LSU after all of that. I really don't want to talk about this too much. Kenny Minchie, trust me, you're going to bounce back. Just don't transfer at the end of the year. And I'm wondering if we're going to be able to get to a bowl. There is definitely something to be said about us getting through the season healthy as well. And by setting some of these guys to no practice, if we want their wear and tear to recover, you have to control this every week if you want. And then we have some of our guys that are just injured, so they're not going to be a part of practice, but you can see some of the recovery. And if they practice, they get more XP. Even after the loss to LSU 2, we are still going to see Alton Kroom commit to Kentucky. Alongside 4-star Udo Jewell is a running back too. So we actually had a lot of success. The main battle that we lost was that 4-star quarterback to Ohio State. For a lot of these guys, you can see that they're either committed or they're going to be coming in relatively soon. And I have decided to just throw like 5 to 15 NIL in about every 3 stars direction just because it does increase their interest in our school. We ended up losing to Oklahoma, but we beat Vanderbilt and we beat Florida, which means by the time that we get to our final game against number 7 Louisville, we're 5-6. This is for our bowl game, and it is also going to affect our job security with Will Stein here at Kentucky. We could get 200 dynasty points if we take down the Cardinals. You best believe that I am going to make sure basically everybody isn't practicing because I want them to be as healthy as possible.
So, another feature I'm pretty excited about. But yeah, for the young guys, I mean, like the freshmen that's not playing, like this is tremendous, I think. Like I think this is gonna be tremendous. But yeah, excited about this feature as well.
Possible. And is it CJ Baxter that is going to help us beat the Cardinals? He's rushed for over 1,000 yards this season, 7 rushing touchdowns, and Louisville scoring more points per game than us. One of our other objectives was not allow 24 points per game or more. So basically, if we could like hold Louisville scoreless, that would affect the average and really benefit us. I didn't even check if before the game there was a chance of rain, if there was a chance of snow. It doesn't look like it, but who cares? You see the position that we are in, completing this RPO, and really just running the ball about as much as we possibly can. It is the football version of Haram ball. We don't want to give any turnovers away. Kenny Minchie has 127 rushing yards on the ground, and he's about to get a couple more. In fact, he should get a first. Louisville probably knows this is going to CJ Baxter. In fact, Kenny Minchie got injured, but who cares? Because CJ Baxter is down at the 1. And this is it. Let's time this quarterback sneak up right and get in. Unfortunately, this does not end the game for us, though. As you can see, Louisville march down the field. They're trying to get a stop. 3rd and 4. We end it with the first down here. Let me snap this ball. Look for the drag. Or that route, he broke his ankles, and that's going to do it for us. Even without Kenny Minchie, we were able to close this out. But now that Kentucky is going to be bowl eligible in our first season here, I'm hoping that he's back for that bowl game because we need to win. In this 5-year rebuild, all they expected out of me was win a bowl game in the next.
What questions you have, man? What question? Shoot.
Next 5 seasons. Well, we should be able to do that in year 1, and it's going to be fun to see how far we can climb up in the SEC during this time frame, because currently we are still near the bottom. We all
So what's up? Can't wait. Hey man, tomorrow going to be a movie. I hope tomorrow's going to be a movie, man.
also have to make the decision if we're going to fire our coordinators or keep them around. We could look for some better coordinators, especially with all the money that is going to be available to Kentucky. So you know what? Even though we had a decent year, we are still going to get rid of both of them. We got USF in our bowl game. They were actually my thought of the first team to use in this video. And at the moment, they're ranked higher than Kentucky. Maybe I went with the wrong choice. No, we're going to take the Wildcats to glory. Kenny Minchie's stats. He is still injured, by the way. I can see that there. CJ Baxter rushed for almost 1,300 yards. I am sure that he is going to ask for more money. Not because he is unhappy at Kentucky, but because he was one of the leading rushers in the country, though he's actually a little bit lower than being inside the top 10. I'm not sure what that cutoff is. Last time I played with Kentucky on stream, he rushed for so many yards. He wanted a lot more to return.
No, released tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, not midnight, unfortunately. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. man. We'll be live on Doing our
Anyway,
subathon.
Ashton Kozar, our #1 receiver, isn't happy with the pro potential, so we're going to have to pay him to stick around. We're going to have to spend a lot of money here in a little bit. But we have a lot of other things to take care of first, like seeing some of the dev traits like Elite Dev on Alton Kroom. That is such a huge signing for us. Normal Dev on the other.
What team is best for running back road to glory? Maybe Michigan. I know Michigan got a playbook that usually runs the ball a good amount. Also want to go to a team with a pretty good O-line. And maybe Michigan is a pretty good one. Maybe even the Georgia.
Other 4-star star dev on the 3-star corner we brought in. I'm just so excited that we already got an elite dev player. Hang on, we got an elite dev kicker as well and an elite dev edge. This is a really good class. And remember when I said that I wanted to look for some coordinators? Well, that is exactly what we're going to do. We know.
Man, I think the catch meter gonna be cool, man. Boo. What happened, Jay? I think the catch meter gonna be fine, man. I don't think it's gonna rage bait people. I think it's just gonna take some people time to get used to. Yeah, I think it'll be okay, I think.
That our budget actually isn't that big right now. This could be a slight issue. We only have $345 available to spend. All of it refreshes after you hire some new coordinators. But I forgot about that, so we're actually not going to get all the guys that we want. Maybe we just focus on an offensive coordinator this year, and then next year we worry about our defensive coordinator. I think for now I want somebody like a Butch Jones who is a strategist. He has this tier 3 lower the bar ability, which might make it so Kenny Minchie doesn't transfer away from Kentucky. Or maybe he asks for a little bit less money. Does he have anything in Elite Recruiter? Not really. And if we want him to choose our program over anywhere else, we're going to have to send a bag his way. Even 320 might not be enough. Now, if we had some more money lying around, we could offer up to 6 coordinators on both sides of the ball. On the defensive side of things, this is the good thing. If you don't have money available, there are going to be some options that cost nothing, but they're like level.
So I wonder if there'll be any like gems in the rough with these coordinators. You know, obviously these coordinators are free. And another thing, last year, once you got years into your dynasty, I feel like the coordinator options got very default. Like there'll only be guys with recruiter, motivator, tactician. Like you wouldn't get talent developers, architects, strategists. Years into the dynasty, you wouldn't get those. So I hope that's changed this year. What time are you able to play? 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be live an hour before the game go live. It's that first class ticket to my PS5 in College Football 27. Ooh, my fault. You said, would you start at Michigan? I doubt it. Even if you went 5-star, you probably wouldn't start at Michigan. And maybe you go, like Duke playbook runs the ball a lot also, I know. Maybe you start at like a Duke and you move your way up. But can't you just change the playbook and Road to Glory? I think you could just change the book. But, yeah, it's not realistic. Kickers again in the second round. That's crazy. You said, what modes y'all trying tomorrow? Man, I wanna obviously I'm gonna do Dynasty. I wanna touch Road to Glory tomorrow. If the subathon goes well, we'll end up at least touching a little bit of Road to Glory tomorrow.
And if you think I'm excited to hire somebody like this, you would have lost your mind. We will know very shortly whether or not we're going to get these coordinators. But first, it is time to take on USF in the Armed Forces Bowl. In my opinion, even if they've had a good season, we should...
Did you pick the team you rebuilding? No. What team you think I should rebuild? I'll tell y'all this. So tomorrow, once the game go live, whatever, I'm going to let the subs pick who we rebuild first. But for my year-long rebuild, I have no idea. I have an idea, but I don't know. Who you think I should rebuild? You say you thinking Nevada? It's no bad option.
always be winning this. this. And USF's defense really just hasn't showed up to this game because we are going off. We would end up winning this one 44-14, and that's another goal that we have achieved. And as you can see, that is a blueprint goal checked off. We did everything that we needed to with Will Stein. We were not able to get Butch Jones to be our offensive coordinator, though. Maybe we just need to offer him again unless he accepted a different job, which he didn't. He still doesn't want that much. We can afford him. And here in the second week, he has accepted our offer. The first national championship has ended up going to the Trojans. They beat Ole Miss 42-24. And this is when our entire budget refreshes. Now you're going to see we have so much more money available to spend, mainly because we invested in our fundraising department. I think this is something that we might just do every single season and continue to build up as much money as we can. Because as you can see, that gave us an extra $1,700 we wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And we also got some from our contract goals. We might have been able to get our brand exposure to go up a little bit. Our conference prestige is going to stay the same. And I am extremely excited to have the amount of money that we do at our disposal, because when CJ Baxter decides...
So I think fundraiser is really going to be that play. I think fundraiser, especially when you could afford it, I think fundraiser going to be the top option, because I just increase Dynasty points every year, and you get an instant return on your investment. I think fundraiser going to be one of them ones. We'll see, though.
That he rushed for a lot of yards and he's going to ask for more money. Well, we can just bring him back. We're going to pay him as much as it's going to cost for his chance of transferring to be pretty low. But I don't really want to spend $450 on Tavion Gadsden, so we're actually just going to let him transfer, since that is very expensive for one player. He's guaranteed to go pro, though. I don't know. To be honest, a lot of these guys just want too much money. If they're farther down here and they're a little bit cheaper, they have a good dev trait, maybe we'll pay them. But we have ended up running into the problem where I just can't give this much money away. We want to save $2,500 to be unspent to spend all of next year, whether it's on coordinators, getting more staff, getting some recruits, some transfers. And at the end of the day, I think we can only have 15 guys transfer away anyway. So even if some of these players are unhappy, I have it set to only 15 can transfer. It's definitely a setting I will be playing around with throughout the year. Same thing with wear and tear. I'm starting to play around with this a little bit. It's the beauty of having sliders and settings that you get to control. Now, we knew that we were not going to get Gadsden to come back. It looks like we're going to have a very high chance at convincing Gilchrist to return, which he did, but a lot of these other guys are leaving. The highest overall guys that weren't happy with their NIL want to transfer. It's just how it goes. We're also going to have a lot of our really good starters graduating, and I'm not sure that these 3 stars are really replacing that type of talent. With 3 later picks in the draft, our pro potential grades are at least going to be increasing, and we're only going to have a spot for 11 transfers on our board if we're going to sign a full class of 35. Before going into this, I have to keep on looking into some of our stuff, like facilities, for example. We are going to want to actually spend in this next year, mainly because we noticed our wear and tear was decreasing way too fast this past season. I'm only going to get something like a hydration station for now. We're going to see how this does, and then we can adjust in the future as the years go on and see what does what. We're also already spending $1,600 on our roster NIL. Last year, we spent $1,300 on our roster NIL. So even if the team's worse, we're still spending more money, and there's recruits coming in that are going to cost. So I'm trying to think what is going to be sustainable for this program over 5 years, and there's not even any 4-star transfers that want to play for Kentucky. We're probably going to have to look for some corners, seeing that's one of our team needs, and we could even get Kenny Minchie to come back. I actually think it might be best to just look for some players not interested in Kentucky at all, though. I want to try to get Drew Mestamaker. That would be such a huge signing for us, and if we don't get him, we could go for Cutter Boley again. We could go for some freshman out of Georgia. I mean, the options are really endless for us. We're just going to mess around with recruiting and see who we actually stand a chance on. Now, I was not too confident we could actually sign the #1 quarterback in this transfer class, but it seems like we have better odds with Drew Mestamaker instead of Kenny Minchie. We weren't able to get him to commit on a visit. South Carolina has him on a week 3 visit, so we can remove him, and this is our main focus. I think we've offered him as much money as he's willing to take. Hang on. Can we get him more interested? We could. Okay, I think $540 is going to be worth it if he's the best quarterback out there. We also have a good hard sell. I really want to get him to Kentucky. We have that visit week coming up. And after another week, it says we're in a recruiting battle with Texas A&M. They have him on a visit. I don't think we can win this. You know, just because we can, let's just give him as much money as possible. It says he's very interested at $660. This is so much of our budget, but I am trying to send the house here. We're going to see if there's anybody else available I'd also be interested in. Cutter Boley's still there, but I just don't like his deal breaker. And I think we're going to settle for Jacoby Taylor from Michigan. He cares about playing time, so if we aren't getting Drew Mestemaker, he could be our next best option. We also know that we have Mayweather, who committed to our school as a 3-star. His stats aren't all that, though. I really don't want to have to start him. Well, we are paying way more than we should have, but we have Drew Mestemaker on our roster. This is one of the benefits of having the SEC money that we work with. And another underrated signing we were able to get is this 4-star corner out of Columbus, Ohio. With all the spending that we just did, we are still going to have 1,400 available, which I think I'm going to put into some of our staff facilities, getting more support staff there. We might explore more in the facilities like I talked about earlier, but it's not as top priority to me. We did lose out on these 2 4-star linemen. I didn't offer them as much NIL. Maybe I should have, and we would have been able to bring them in. But anyway, Dwayne Galloway Jr., the corner, is a star dev guy. We know that Drew Mestemaker is a star dev guy. His throw power, it's a little bit weak, but we could work on it. And Kentucky has not signed a top 10 class in the country. In fact, we didn't sign a top 20 class. We didn't sign a top 25 class. It is ranked at 31st, and we spent quite a bit of money. I like being able to compare what we spend versus other schools. So even if you think I did a really good job at Kentucky, Georgia's spending more than 3 times the amount of money that we are on one class. It's going to be very hard to top the SEC. If we're going to have success, it's going to have to come from stuff like player development, and both of these athletes are normal development, so they're not going to develop very well. Guys like CJ Baxter, though, that is a whole other story. He is going to become an 89 overall running back for us, 91 speed. He's a senior now. I want to get him up to silver sidestep. And I did say I wanted Drew's arm to be a lot stronger, but it cost a lot more to upgrade throw power and quickness this year, so instead, we're just going to have the most accurate quarterback in the country, which will still serve us nicely. I'm not going to sit here and say this entire roster is incredibly talented, but after training results, we are going to see some nice jumps. Our running back room is so much better than any other position group on this team. And I have to say, this next season might be very underwhelming because we only have 5 seniors on the roster, 14 juniors, 21 sophomores, and 43 freshmen. We are a very young team. We just need to retain some of our guys. It's not like our team prestige is amazing. It's now 2.5 stars, which means we can only hire 1 more support staff, and that kind of messes with my plan of just wanting to stack up as much as we can in the fundraising department. I'm not saying that we still can't do that. We should be able to get more fundraising teams. Actually, it looks like you can only get 1 type of each support staff. So now we have a tough decision to make. Do we want to reduce NIL expectations? I feel like reducing NIL expectations would actually help us quite a bit since we're spending so much on all of our players. This is just really expensive. We only have 1,700 available. What if we were to go for something else? It seems like for the time being, the better move is either getting this one, which is cheaper, but we don't get as much of a reduction to NIL expectations, or we go for the off-season progression increase, another 15% on top of our facilities that give us a bonus. But I think for now, we are just going to spend on that NIL reduction. Negative 20% is a big deal. That's going to make it a lot cheaper. And it says we should only be spending 20% of our budget on our staff, but we're spending 42%. Our facilities are pretty cheap at the moment. We still need to use this final 700 for some of these recruits. Though I think it is fair to say Drew Mestemaker is a 95 overall, will most likely declare for the draft early. So all of his NIL will become available next season. CJ Baxter, his will become available, all of these seniors. And I should say that'll still give us a little bit of room to sign some 4-stars maybe from Kentucky if we really wanted to, but they are expensive. I'm just not sure if it's worth it or if we're going to get a bunch of transfers, some 3-stars. I'm going to have to figure it out and decide. What really excites me, though, is Drew Mestemaker is in the running to win the Heisman Trophy. He's up there with Malachi Toney, Arch Manning, Marcel Reed, and this is exactly what we need to continue making Kentucky more and more relevant. It's also looking like we're going to go 3 for 3 for the 4-stars that I put on our board. A couple offensive linemen. I would love to beat out Louisville, and then this linebacker. We also found a 3-star Jim at corner. Again, we're really good at finding Jim defensive backs, 93 speed, 54 press though, not as excited about that. And then we found this receiver with 93 speed, but here's what I find interesting. These guys are all contested specialists, one of them 81 speed, one of them 86.
So where can you find this video? Bordeaux, this is Bordeaux video. Shout out to Bordeaux 3 days ago.
All the way up to 93. There's just so much more variance between the archetypes and their stats. I was told that was going to happen, but it's nice to actually see it in practice, see it in the game working effectively. We're playing LSU again, by the way. We've started out this season 2-0. we were able to beat 2 MAC schools. I think it was Ball State and Toledo. We held them to 7 and 6 points, but I want to beat LSU before we get into more this season. We got North Dakota State on the schedule, and we do have new things to achieve with Will Stein. Beat Louisville is always going to be important. They also want us to win more conference games than last year, which is not going to be easy. That's why I really want to play against LSU, because an upset here would be such a major deal. I'm not sure if Drew Mestamaker is enjoying his time at Kentucky, though, because we haven't been able to score a single touchdown in this game. Now, I say that as we find our tight end at the 1, but we still haven't been able to score a touchdown. And let's see, are we able to time this up correctly? It looks like we did, and they held us up. Okay, we're still going to go for it on 4th and goal. We want to see some man-to-man coverage here, and we should be getting open. He's not open. He's just not open. I think it is only fair that we get off of the line and we make that tackle. I'm still getting used to some of these new defensive controls. I don't like seeing that platinum shifty. And here on 3rd and 5, can we get LSU off of the field? That is the question. Everybody's wondering. No way. No way. Okay, we got to chase him down here. If we can hold them to a field goal, we'll still be okay. I mean, I just don't know what to do about that. Sam Levitt keeps it, and Sam Levitt is in. This is actually unbelievable. It seemed like we were just going to win this one, but instead now, we're going to have to make some plays here, and Gilmore is at the 2. However, our defense is still going to have to clutch up, even if we are able to get into the end zone here. I don't think this run's going to go anywhere. CJ Baxter almost has it still. Okay, we just want to look underneath. We're really struggling to get open versus LSU. That is a sack. And I guess we're going to have to force this in here. 3rd and goal now. Is he open? Drew Mestamaker. Why don't we scramble? Why don't we scramble and actually get in? Okay, now this is a little bit of a bold play call. If we were to run this, I think we're going to have to throw it just because I am not willing to risk this game on a run. Slant. Catch it. We got it. However, getting a defensive stop is a whole other story. Our coverage hasn't been great, and I really don't know any of the defensive adjustments still. Throw it to us. Throw it to us. We knew it. At the very least, I figured out how to pass commit. Sam Levitt is just going to take the check down here, and this is perfect. We are headed to overtime. We still have a chance. This might be a mistake, but we are going to guess run up the middle, and with the run not being up the middle, they are going to be at the 10 already. No, they're going to be in the end zone. They're going to be in the end zone. I just don't even understand how he was able to make that a touchdown. I don't know how he was able to get free from our tackles. We aren't that bad. After LSU got 7 points with ease, we are going for the win here. I want the 2-point conversion as well. I don't want this to go to multiple overtimes. I'm willing to risk it all to take down the number 10 team. We just need to see a bigger gain than what we just got. CJ Baxter, it is your time to go to work here. Get to the outside, maybe cut back inside. Not a huge fan of how that went. Our offensive line also isn't the best because we lost out on 2 of those 4-star transfers, but here we go. Originally, the plan was going to be to run it again, but they have guys around, so I think we're going to look for Whitening underneath. Maybe we look for CJ Baxter even. And if Whitting gets open here, or CJ, not gonna happen. They sent a blitz. They sent a blitz, and I should have been more prepared than that. I should have had a quicker read. And we just couldn't get it done, but at least we host Mississippi State next, which is a team I think we're gonna do a lot better against. Out of pure frustration, I just simulated the next few weeks, and we were able to win all 3 of these games. I'm really shocked that we won at Texas A&M, but now we play number 15 Alabama, who's 5-1 just like we are. And at the moment, we already have 3 conference wins. We are competing for a spot in the SEC championship if we were to somehow not lose another game. I just don't see that happening. We're also going to start scheduling visits when we can for week 8 against North Dakota State. We aren't able to do it for the 4-star right tackle, but it's
running into some issues, man. I think I got it figured out. So it's interesting, like the interest this year. Like you don't really get to see the interest. It's interesting.
still think we're going to land him. We're going to do it for James Anthony. And let's just see what happens against Alabama. They're number 15. We're number 16. It is another really big game here at Kroger Field. They score 42 points per game, though. Our defense has only given up 18. Facing a team like Alabama, we have decided to go for the blue out game because we want the entire crowd to be blue. There's going to be little spots that are still white, some red. But ultimately, we have set the stage for this to be a huge day for us, and it's not gone that well. Outside of a couple positions, Alabama had the roster advantage, and it really has shown That's going to be another interception. So we are going to lose this one 31-16. By the time that we get to almost the end of the regular season, we barely survived against North Dakota State, but we beat them. Then Oklahoma gave us some BTA, but we were able to take down Arkansas. We beat Missouri. So we're 8-3 headed into this matchup. And even though we don't have a shot at making the SEC championship, we do have a chance at making the college football playoff because we're ranked 14th in the country. We've also signed basically every single player on our board, which is really good news. We were able to get all the guys that we wanted, but if we were to lose the Governor's Cup here, we would have no chance at the playoff, and that would really upset me. We cannot fall. I'm really hoping that this isn't even a contest. I'm actually worried for next year too, once we lose some of our superstars on offense. And you see the position that we are in. Minute 24 on the clock in the Governor's Cup. Down by 7. We take down in-state rivals Louisville, and we probably get to the college football playoff. We just need to have some big throws here, and Drew Mestemaker is delivering. Honestly, I'm not even in that much of a hurry. We still have 2 timeouts, 40 seconds left on the clock. We're going to try and get another run out, but I really did not like where that went, and this will at least get us like 10. We still have a long way to go, but if there's a play I trust in this situation, it is Dagger. We're going to look for a crossing route, set our feet, and that will put us at the 10. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get 3 plays off at the end of the game here. 10 seconds left now. We want a quick throw or maybe a scramble. Drew takes off, and Drew gets in. But if you know me, that is not how this game is going to end. I see man-to-man coverage, and we are going to throw this to Rawls immediately. Motion out. Beat Louisville right here. Send that linebacker. He's open. He dropped it. That is the second frustrating, heartbreaking loss this season. But at least since we've had such a successful season with Will Stein, it's really not going to affect his job security. I'm not going to sit here and act like that wasn't a little bit of a heartbreaker. We aren't going to be able to afford Butch Jones. We probably shouldn't assign someone as expensive as him, so we actually are just going to fire him. We're also going to get rid of this guy. Never mind, he's cheap. Let's not. We also knew the Heisman Trophy wasn't going to us. You know what? Sam Levitt made an incredible throw like that deserves... We also knew the Heisman Trophy wasn't going to us. You know what? Sam Levitt made an incredible throw.
The first time I seen it, looked
deserves
crazy,
winning that Heisman. I can't even be upset by it. We're getting Colorado State. This really shouldn't be that competitive of a ball game. I'm hoping that we just blow them out, especially since they're just a 70 overall team. It's going to come as no surprise. The confetti will be coming down as we won this one 45-14. And I noticed this one coordinator is really good when it comes to quarterbacks and receivers. If we wanted to switch to more of an air raid type offense, this might be the guy to sign as our offensive coordinator. So we're going to offer him as much money as he wants and see what happens. Even if we don't have as much money as other SEC schools, we have more money than most teams in the country. And I actually haven't even upgraded anything with Will Stein so far. He is a talent developer, though. We are going to actually make it so we get a bonus XP whenever running backs are drafted, except it's so expensive and we don't have enough to upgrade all the way down to tier 4. So never mind. We're not going to be able to do that, and LSU wins the national championship. While their quarterback threw for over 4,000 yards, we held ourselves back with our offensive scheme. We were still more focused on running the ball than anything else because we had CJ Baxter, but now he's going to graduate, go on to the NFL, so we're going to switch things up. And in fact, if LSU's offense works so well for them, we should try it too. We are also not making as much from our contract goals as we did the season before because we couldn't beat Louisville. So at the moment, we only have 500 Dynasty points available for this transfer portal period. I'm gonna be honest, I think at some point we just have to consider the future of our program, and Drew Mestemaker, we are not going to pay him that type of bag again. While also losing some other guys that are decently talented. We're even trying to convince this 5'9", 64 overall corner to return with only 87 speed. We'll see if that's effective. Not as many guys wanted to leave as the year before. And even some of those players I was willing to give money to for them to not leave, well, we still have to convince them to come back. Some of them, they didn't even think about bringing it up. But other guys, they decided, you know what, it's worth just...
He also reduced his portal to only 15 guys could transfer out. So this screen could look a lot worse.
Getting convinced a little harder, but we really aren't seeing too many departures, just main guys like Hardly Gilmore the fourth, CJ Baxter, and of course Drew Mestemaker with some of these backup running backs too. Since that's how it played out, we are going to have a little bit more available in our budget to spend, but I'm honestly going to look for some cheaper transfers. We still have 3 years to try and win a championship. I don't want to spend too much at the moment. We're even going to upgrade our staff, but in order to get this director of player personnel to a higher level, we have to wait until the start of next season. So we need to have 500 set aside saved. I also think it's really good for the program. We had a first-round pick as a quarterback and a third-round pick as a running back, but the dev traits on the 3-4 stars that we did sign out of high school isn't very impressive. At least there are going to be some 4-star transfers available to us this season, and you might even notice some of these 4-star transfers are ranked a lot lower than they would be as a normal 4-star. That's because these guys were 4 stars out of high school, and they have been busts so far. It's actually really neat they're listed this way like they would be in the transfer portal.
Hold up. What? Run that back.
Are ranked a lot lower than they would be as a normal.
So like some of these 4-star transfers, no NIL expectations is interesting. What weeks is here? The number 521st transfer? What is Wood weeks overall? Something like a 90? Or no, that's Zach Week. That's Zach Weeks. Wood weeks graduated. Hold up. Let me just go look. So, okay, so that's the younger brother, because this Z weeks. So it's the younger brother. Okay, I'm about to say Zach Weeks is a the number what transfer? What is he? A Will, or is he a Mike? So okay, 70 overall 4-star. Really? Well, that's even okay. Well, I'm sure he developed a little bit.
Normal 4-star. That's because these guys were 4 stars out of high school and they have been busts so far. It's actually really neat they're listed this way like they would be in the transfer portal in real life. Like all of the.
We start playing at 12? No. Unfortunately, the game doesn't come out until tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. So tomorrow afternoon, game comes out.
These guys are 5 stars, even if they're not ranked that high in the transfer portal class. They were 5 stars when they were coming out of high school. And if we can sign players like that, transfer portal class, they were.
How many 5 stars is in this portal? There's something I'm missing here.
Have been busts so far. It's actually really neat they're listed this way like they would be in the transfer portal in real life. Like all of these guys are 5 stars, even if.
Yeah, that's not adding up to me, bro. What? So the number 460th transfer is still a 5-star? I'm tripping.
They're not ranked that high in the transfer portal class. They were 5 stars when they were coming out of high school.
It's going off his high school rank when it comes to the. Oh. All right, well, that's cool. Okay, thank you. Okay, that makes sense. So the rating is going off his high school rank. That's okay, that makes sense.
And if we can sign players like that, I expect that they might still have a decent dev trait. It just makes me super interested in them, though we're going to have to pay decent money for some of these players. Well, it turns out the EA devs were one step ahead of me, because even though some of these transfers were ranked like 400, 500th in the country, because they were former 4 and 5 stars, big schools want these guys. We aren't even able to enter into the battle for most of these players. I really thought it was just going to be easy to collect former 4 and 5 star players that were transferring, but that is not the case at all. I even found the quarterback that we lost out on to Ohio State, but I decided not to go after him because I really wanted to sign Landon Duckworth. I think we're going to do the same thing that we did with Drew Mestamaker and really just offer as much money as possible, get him on a visit, and hope that he commits. You need a week 3 or week 4 visit for this. It turns out I found the method already. We are going to get Landon Duckworth to commit, though, man, he's got a forehead on him. Maybe that's good news for our quarterback. Bryce Fitzgerald also come into the program. We'll see if some of these other guys can sign with us. And honestly, with 29 guys on our board, I might have even...
So I can't wait till you find the meta. Hey, give me 2 days. Give me 2 days. I'm going to find it. Hey, Molly, appreciate the follow. Give me 2 days. By, let's say Saturday.
been doing too much. We aren't going to need Russell. LSU is going to get him. Deal breaker is met. We don't need Ty Hawkins since we got the quarterback that we wanted. We got locked out of this corner. I mean, we lose quite a few battles during the transfer portal period. But I've discovered that if you just really want a guy, if you want to offer him more money, you can make sure they come to your school. Just like that, Ben Hanks III is going to be a Wildcat. I absolutely love being able to spend money and try and guarantee if guys will sign. Now, some of them we couldn't give more money than a certain limit, which means we aren't going to get them. But you know what? That's okay. I think I got a little bit better at recruiting. Michigan State can have that kid, and we're still going to sign 25 players. Landon Duckworth only is normal development, though. This is the kid that was number...
Yeah, my plan is tomorrow stream pretty much all day, and then Friday, yeah, the forehead comment is crazy. Friday and Saturday, I'm gonna make some YouTube videos. So yeah, tomorrow subathon all day. Maybe the subathon goes until Friday. We'll see. But yeah, Friday, Saturday, probably produce some YouTube videos on recruiting methods, whatever, archetypes. You already know how I get down. Position change, we're gonna do a little bit of everything. And then Sunday, dropping my year-long rebuild. First video of the year-long rebuild coming out Sunday, most likely.
6 is in the transfer portal as a freshman. I mean, he looked like he was going to be incredible. Not too happy about that for a quarterback position, but I'm sure he'll still be all right. We signed a top 25 class, but we are still spending more than these other schools. And I'm just not sure if we could ever reach the level of Ohio State or Georgia unless we really started winning big with Kentucky, because they have so much more money. It is going to be interesting to see if there's any good skill caps available for Landon Duckworth. It turns out that he's already an 83 overall and his accuracy isn't even that good. So although we won't have the...
No cap. Here the archetype you want to avoid. Here's the best archetype. Here's the most overrated. Oh, man. You said, what you going to do first with the game? So when we first go live, so we're going to go live an hour before the game come out. We're going to be doing our subathon. I'm going to let you guys, the subs, pick what team I rebuild first. So the first couple hours on the game, I'm going to be rebuilding whatever team y'all choose. So it'll probably be like a 5-year rebuild. And we'll do that. And once we finish that first rebuild, then I'm gonna do my AI dynasty. After that, I'm gonna start my AI dynasty. What should say? Random question. Do you have any thoughts on CFB clipboard? I'd heard of it. It's pretty much kind of like a dynasty tracker. I don't have any thoughts though. I haven't like looked into it, but I believe I have heard of them. So it made players head big. So are you gonna try to avoid just overpaying with dynasty points, Jade? I feel like I wanna. I bought the membership. Bro. So I'll have the game tomorrow. I think I want to just play around, man. I want to see what works, what doesn't work. I want to intentionally overpay, intentionally underpay. Like I just, like, you know, I want to do some testing for you guys. So yeah, we'll see. 1 p.m. Central Time, or 1 p.m. Eastern Time is when I'll be live. I'm on Central Time, so I'll be live 12 Central.
Most skill points to spend with him every season. He should still become a really good quarterback. He is 87 speed. And if you were to compare this roster to what we were working with last year, it's definitely deeper. There are definitely better starters at every single position, but we also don't have as much top-end talent. We really are just waiting on some of our guys to progress. We are now spending $2,000 on our roster every single year, looking into our staff, I do think it's time that we upgrade from director of player personnel. Or we could go for something that would help our roster develop a little bit better, and that is this silver strength and conditioning lead. It would increase our offseason progression by 10%. If we wanted the gold version of that for a 15% bonus, we would need double the amount of money. The platinum version of it is probably way too expensive forever. But I actually think this could be a steal for us. So we're going to get our third support staff, where we have really started to build this out throughout the Dynasty. We aren't going to have many Dynasty points to spend on recruiting, though, unless we start completing some of these objectives. So sign at least one 4-star recruit this season. All of a sudden, we need to go after a 4-star. Sign a top 60 class at National Signing Day. I wanted to only go after transfers. I'm not sure how that's going to do for us, but top 60 is not too hard, and then beat Louisville. Honestly, all of those are achievable actions. I really just didn't think much about going after high schoolers. We'll see if I can find one that I think will land. In my eyes, one of these two will sign with us, and we'll actually profit on the Dynasty points. We just need to sign one 4-star. That's it. And we're actually going to get through this season pretty quickly, because as you can see, our roster's set. The team isn't all that good, and I'm just expecting this is going to be like a 7-6 year. For our first few games, I'm pretty sure that we're going to win all those, but once we get to the harder ones, I have a feeling that's where things are going to change up a little bit, and I'm not looking forward to it, but we're starting the season ranked in the top 20. Nothing could have prepared me for the season that Kentucky just had, though. You can see we're number 8 in the country. Our only losses came to Tennessee, Texas, and Georgia. After that, after we got our bye week, we have just come out. We took down 2 top 10 teams. Ole Miss and Auburn were both top 10 when we beat them, and now we play Louisville to end the year. We were also able to get one of the 2 4-stars we targeted, so we've completed that goal. We have profited 110 Dynasty points off of the challenge, but we still need to crush it in the transfer portal and beat the Cardinals if we want to get a lot more Dynasty points for this team. It says it's going to be 38 degrees, 65% precipitation chance, so I'm expecting to see some rain throughout this game, not any snow. It's just not cold enough, and I'm still stunned that we're even in this position. I really didn't think this team was going to be good enough to go 8-3 up to this point. Am I going to mess things up? That's the question. I mean, so far I do like the strategy we've been rolling with, just going after some of the best quarterbacks in the transfer portal. They've elevated our team, and it really has done wonders for Kentucky. We're going to cut this one up, and Darren Green gets the touchdown. That is the sophomore running back putting in work. He cares about championship contender, by the way. So winning this game is going to be a big deal for stuff like that. We're a playoff team in year 3 with Kentucky. I just can't wait to see what this does for stuff inside our program budget, because over time these school grades have got to change. But getting to the SEC championship, that is something that is going to be very challenging. We moved up to number 5 in the country. Ole Miss and LSU are probably in the championship game. There was just a 4-way tie there, so it was hard to tell. I could have gone after Bryce Underwood in the transfer portal. I'm actually kind of upset that we didn't, since he's number 1 to win the Heisman. And looking at some of these conference championship games, it is LSU versus Ole Miss in the SEC one, which is pure cinema. With the Heisman Trophy decided, we now wait to see who are we going to get in the college football playoff. And we're going to get a bye, actually. You know, this is really clutch for us. Ohio State is the 1 seed. We get the winner of Ole Miss and Memphis. And it turns out we have lost our offensive coordinator. I forgot to pay him more money to return.
Appreciate you, bro.
Is a little bit of a problem, because we had a really good season. We probably should have given him some money. But it's okay. I see an air raid scheme guru who, inside the tactician tree, is going to boost up our quarterback and receivers again. So we just make our off.
No, you only get the 3 per season. No, you don't get. No, they don't reset mid-season. They reset at the end of every season, though. But if you complete one, then the next year you'll get a new goal.
And hope that it actually goes through. I've also started to notice we have some players that are not happy about the pro potential at Kentucky any longer, which is going to cause them to want to transfer. We're going to have to pay them some money. And would you look at that? We are going to get Ole Miss in the Cotton Bowl. I was rooting to get Memphis instead, but they dropped 52 points on the Tigers. This is for a chance to get all the way to the semis. And I really like this graphic right here. Ole Miss head coach Pete Golding on the quarterfinal stage. This is the kind of game you coach your whole career to be in. We're fired up. Of course, it's one of those games. There is Darren Green right there. 91 speed, 94 acceleration. They score more points per game than us. They also give up more. And I think it's only right that we bring out our black jerseys for this matchup. This is going to be Ole Miss's funeral. I'm really hoping if this doesn't go our way, my editor just omits that whole portion of the video. And I'll tell you what, I have never felt more pressure than I feel right now. We are currently trailing by 4. We can't come up with that catch. And I'm going to be honest here at midfield, I do not believe in punting the football. We are going to look for rolls first. That is my read. Maybe we take the slant. The slant's there. Just fall down. Don't drop it. Anyway, Landon Duckworth hasn't had the best game possible. Neither has Darren Green. We really haven't gotten down the field too much. But we are in control with about 2 minutes left. Looks like there's a read of some sort here. Too slow. We needed to make that decision a lot faster than we just did. Is Ferguson going to beat that press? He is one of our better receivers. Let's throw a back shoulder. That wasn't open. It wasn't really placed where I wanted anyway. We are just going to wait for Jenkins to come open on this play and force it in there maybe. Or we could scramble. Get all 13. Get all 13. That's the thing about Landon Duckworth. He is platinum shifty. I bet you all didn't notice that. Well, that's something I picked up on real fast. 87 speed platinum shifty is all you need. We had a touchdown. We had a touchdown. Maybe we should just get back to running the ball on the ground though. This is where we have found a lot of our success. I wanted to get it to the outside. And here we go. 3rd and 10 approaches. We're going to try and hit Ferguson on this corner route. Looks like it will be man-to-man coverage. Are we going to be able to bring this in? No. No, he played it perfectly. I mean, my performances in this dynasty just have not been there so far. Hang on. Hang on. That is not good. Is that Bear Bachmeyer at quarterback for them too? I mean, no one else wears 47. It's got to be him. I forgot to take a timeout. I forgot to take a timeout because I was so confused by the number. It just threw me off. You never see that. Here we go. 3rd down. 3rd down potentially. I mean, he is fighting. And I'm not sure how comfortable I really feel with us being in man-to-man coverage here. Actually, I'm not comfortable at all. They aren't running it.
Can you sign more than 35 players? You cannot sign more than 35. Can you have more than 85 on the team? I actually don't know. I think the answer is no, but someone in the chat might know that. I think it's still capped at 85, but I could be wrong.
Curl route. That's fine. Oh, that's a good play. It's a good play. Well, we made it to the college football playoff, but we also are not going to pick up a win. I'm still very proud of this team. If we can get Landon Duckworth to actually stick with Kentucky, we got another bright 2 years of him before he graduates. But I just don't know if he really wants anything to do with us. Now, we did get our offensive coordinator, which is good news. And in other good news, we have $2,000 or 2,000 NIL, 2,000 Dynasty points, whatever you want to call it, available to us because our brand exposure went up. And even a small jump there gave us like 500 more Dynasty points. You don't have to get it to change much to get a lot more. Well, we also got a ton from contract goals because we were able to get to the playoff. There's a lot of XP stuff in there you can earn. We also had our miscellaneous always kick in, but I do need to get better at reading because we don't have a top 60 class at National Signing Day. With all this new money available to us though, I am kind of curious what other teams end up spending on their roster. Like Texas spends 5,000, Georgia 5,000. These schools can get players for a little bit more cheap because they are better. And inside the SEC specifically, we are spending more than 6 programs, but we got to up how much we're spending to really be the best of the best. In my eyes, it is a miracle that we were able to make the playoff in the first place with this roster. We are going to have to pay Alton Kroom quite a bit of money, but he has elite development. Our pro potential grade should go up because we signed that transfer last year at safety that is going to go to the NFL, which reminds me, we didn't look at our season stats. It looks like Landon Duckworth didn't really perform that well. He threw an interception a game, but you know what? He got us to the playoffs. 17 rushing touchdowns. Never mind. He was a stud. And then Jacaden Ferguson got us 1,000 yards through the air, but he is a senior. He's gone. Now, I have no idea who we're actually going to lose, but I'd really prefer to keep some of these guys around. I just don't want to spend too much. And would you look at that? We aren't going to have that many guys transferring out. We're going to keep around basically all of our studs, especially the guys on offense that were contributing. I guess they changed their mind since we gave them as much money as we could. And when it comes to our graduates, we're not losing that many guys once again. I thought Ferguson might get drafted. Looks like Bryce Fitzgerald's going in the 2nd round. But let's see. Do you think we can get Jacaden Ferguson drafted too? We have 8 skill points to spend. We're going to spend some on route running, and then we're also going to spend some on hands. That gets him up to an 87, where I guess it still was not enough. Now, Bryce Fitzgerald went in the 1st round, so that's really going to help our pro potential at that position. And I'm hoping we don't have to deal with Alton Kroom threatening us for more money at the end of next season, because this guy, by the time we reach season 5, could be one of the best players in the country. Who are we going to add to this team through the transfer portal though? We have 1,700 NIL if we really wanted to spend it. I still want to save a little bit of this, Even Grant Lawless from Louisville looks very intriguing. He's the #1 transfer available. We could steal him from our in-state rivals, and he doesn't cost that much. I just don't know what the odds are we actually sign him. Looks like he'd only have bronze shifty. And how do these stats compare to our already good quarterback? Well, we're paying Landon Duckworth $200 instead of $125, but he's got the platinum shifty. He has a slightly stronger arm. He is going to be way more accurate for us anyway. And I think we're just going to stick with him. What I have come to learn with the transfer portal is you need to offer some of these guys a lot more money than they're expecting, or you're just not going to win these battles. We've ended up losing, I want to say, like 10 battles for 4 stars on guys that were interested in Kentucky just because I didn't offer them more money than what they wanted. I still think this team will take a step up going into this next season because we're still making some really good signings. But I've definitely missed out on others that we could have had because we could afford it with our budget. I just have to remove a few other guys, and in total, we are only signing 11 players in this class. It looks like 5 of them are going to be 4 stars, but I also cannot imagine this class is ranked too high. It is outside the top 60, and before training results even hit for every player on this team, I'm really liking some of the stuff that I am seeing. This roster is very complete, which is going to lead to us being a preseason top 10 team. Now, I feel like in past college footballs, it was a lot easier to get up to a 99 overall. We are struggling to do that here. It seems like about an 85 to 90 is a really solid range.
So have y'all noticed progression is a lot worse? Maybe it's not a bad thing, but yeah, but I don't think we're going to see that many 99 overall teams. I don't think. We'll see. We'll see. But progression seems to be a lot worse. But yeah, the offseason progression seems nerfed, man. Nerfed in the mud. Oh, man. Definitely seems nerfed. Oh, man. Is it out? Not yet. It's out. Come out 2 p.m. tomorrow. Eastern. But yeah, maybe you just need the proper coach builds. Like, I don't know, but it seems pretty bad progression.
Our team is just an 86, and last year we had one of
giving away 2 copies of College Football 27 tomorrow during the subathon. So make sure y'all tap
our
in.
defensive backs as an 89 overall go in the first round. At the moment, it looks like some of the best players in the country are just a 93 or a 94 overall, and even that's rare. Some of them are getting uplifted by tactician bonuses. So what we have in Landon Duckworth is actually a really good quarterback because he is in the top 7. We also really need to start deciding how we want to allocate this final 1,600 points because it resets at the end of every season after the playoff, and there's only so much more we can spend on. But we don't have a 4-star team prestige, so I think for now we're going to get rid of this reduced NIL expectations, and then we're going to take that money, we get our refund, and maybe put it into the higher tier. It's either that or... So I think for now we're going to get...
It's got to be one of my favorite things is like, it seemed like they're getting away from, before this would just say a slight reduction or, a slight increase. No, give me the percentage, with the coaching carousel, or not even the coaching carousel, just the coaching attributes. And, you'll oftentimes just see, a slight increase to whatever, Give me actually, hey, this is a negative 20%. This is a plus 20. This is a plus 40%. Like, just give me the actual number so I know what the ability is really doing.
Get rid of this reduced NIL expectations, and then we're going to take that money, we get our refund, and maybe put it into the higher tier. It's either that or our support staff gets a huge discount. Hang on, that might be the real one that we want to go after. I didn't even think about that, but it does take up a slot. So actually, yeah, we're just going to go back to reduce NIL expectations for now. I would love to get another slot in the future, and I think we're going to save our remaining 1,000 points to just spend on coordinators so we can get whoever we want. I mean, we might want to spend a couple hundred here and there still. We're not going to recruit out of high school, just in the transfer portal period. Are you sure you want to purchase this? Spending now will leave you low on Dynasty points. I just want to get the smoothie bar. It's going to help with some of our health. If we didn't have the highest tier facility, this is something that we would have focused on upgrading and spending money
Speedy, what's up, my guy? How you, bro? Hope you've been good.
on early on, but since we started at the best, there's no reason to focus on it. I do think we're in a really good position headed into the season. Our schedule is not that challenging for non-conference games. Of course, Louisville is the big one that we still worry about, though we should be able to beat them this year. And I'm very excited to see what record this team has as we get through this 4th season, because I think this is the best roster we've ever put on the field, even if some of these overalls are still scaring me a little bit. You know, this Kentucky team has made me very happy in this video so far, because I feel like every time we come back from simulator,
You said off-season online dynasty progression. Hey, man, you just put that thing on auto, man. just put that thing on auto progression.
we're doing really well. We did lose to Ole Miss. They're the #1 team in the country, though. We're 6-1, number 6. We're about to face off against number 7 Tennessee. And this is a huge game for us because we could potentially still be in the running to make the SEC championship, though a little bit of a long shot. And we have yet to take on rivals Tennessee in this video. Historically, I'm not going to sit here and act like our record versus them is amazing, but everything is changing because we have Will Stein here. And with this being 7 versus 6, it's one of the biggest games in the country. I've really been enjoying a lot of the behind the scenes of Dynasty and just like building up my roster, trying to figure out where to put all of our money. It's a different vibe than it has been. And when I do my first full series, I bet I'll start it in like
Glad to hear you good, bro. So you know what team you're rocking with first, man. So the way I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna let you guys pick. I'm gonna let the subs, whoever sub tomorrow, I'm gonna let those guys pick who we rebuild first. And that'll be the first rebuild. And then once we finish that one on stream, we should finish that in a couple hours. We're gonna start our AI dynasty with a brand new AI coach. Do the whole thing like we did last year. So I'm pretty excited for that, man. I'm not gonna lie, pretty excited for it.
a week where we play every game of every season. I think that grind to taking over a super small school, trying to build them into a national powerhouse, is going to be extremely difficult. Kentucky's made it easier on me. I could sit here and say that we've run into some struggles, but honestly, we've still been able to find quite a bit of success. We did go out and sign the #1 transfer quarterback.
What the hell? I'm not lagging. Or am I? You got a question? What you got, bro?
I can explain. We should have had a touchdown there. I thought our drag was triangle. Obviously, I wanted to throw to the open guy, and it is stuff like that.
That was crazy. Like, how YouTube lagging, but my stream not lagging? This is YouTube. That's not me. When can we play if we got EA Play? Is EA Play like the 10-hour thing? I heard people that got the 10-hour thing could play on tomorrow when it drops. Hey, appreciate the follow. Appreciate the follows, y'all, on Twitch.
That is just
But I'm not super familiar with EA Play. Is this the new game? The new game doesn't come out till tomorrow morning, but we're watching my guy Bordeaux play the new game. But it doesn't officially drop to, tomorrow afternoon.
Shazam!
going to cause us to lose to Tennessee.
Appreciate the follows.
It really is going to cause us.
Cupwater Man. Rich, you changed your name? Oh, man. We doing good, man. We doing good, my guy. Hey, man, I might have to go. I think I got a cup water in the refrigerator from like 4 months ago, like 3 months ago when I was drinking them here and there. So I might have to pull one out for the subathon, man. Might have to pull one out tomorrow.
to lose this game. I mean, we're trying to stay in it here at the end, but we keep getting in these fourth down situations. We're dealing with some arm injuries on Duckworth, which is
so whack. Why not midnight? I don't, man. They've been doing this afternoon thing. They did it college football 25 and 26, man. I remember 25. I left work early to come play the game. And then 26, I took off the day of release. They did the same thing where they dropped it midday, like both years, or now all 3 years. I don't know why they do that, man. I don't know why they do it, actually. I don't see the point. Maybe it's more hype during the afternoon rather than midnight. I don't know.
never something.
Yeah, so I want to do a team builder, Grim Reaper. I don't know if maybe I'll do a team builder tomorrow on stream if the website is up. If the website is up, maybe we'll create a team builder. That could be cool. I don't know. We'll see.
You want to see with your quarterback. And we paid Darren Green a decent amount of money to return for us, but he's not been all that. What a catch. You know, it's probably 4-down territory for us again. We are going to go to the air, though. At first, I was thinking about running the ball. Just hook up with our tight end. Takes us to the 5. And I keep on forgetting that Duckworth has Platinum Shifty. It might be time to just pull this with him and get into the end zone. Oh, it's a Heisman, right?
No, not 9 a.m. It's 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Now, I am telling you, Tennessee has not made my life very easy in this game. And it would be a completely different story if we could just have those points back from the end of the first half where we threw the pick off of the wrong button. It would be a completely different story. But it's okay, we're getting it back. We still have 3 minutes to get a touchdown and win. And the first thing that we're going to do is literally just run, because we can. However, the run isn't always going to be there. And we just threw another pick. We threw another pick because we can't get open. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like it was the best throw in the world. It certainly wasn't. This is not the shift that you want to see. This is not the shift that you want to see with our run defense coming out. Looks like they could even go for a jet touch pass here. We're ready for it. This is fine. Okay, on 2nd and 11, we were in that hole. And if you have to know, this running back has 171 rushing yards on the ground. 3rd and 10, I actually thought that they might just hand it off again. Looks like they're going to throw it deep. This is perfect for us. All we have to do is get a hand on it. That was Ben Hanks III locking down. Do you remember him from the transfer portal? Because I do. I had to give him like 150. And now we have our opportunity. Minute on the clock. First read. Is it going to be open? It's not. So we're just going to scramble and get out of bounds. I'd actually appreciate a huge gain on this play if possible. But we have to be able to throw that seam. Corner route's not even there. He is getting boxed for his life, and he stays on his feet. Hang on. I mean, we all know that's not where I wanted to go, but we got to get in field goal range. We got to get a huge play here. Is it going to be open? Maybe the check down to Green is going to take us to the 40. Okay, Duckworth is starting to put something together, but he is also getting a little bit more tired. You just got to get rid of it. We literally did not have a choice there. He had to take a hit, but it was worth it because if that clock kept running, if he took a sack, we were going to be in a lot of trouble. Waiting on the crosser. It's not a completion, that's for sure, but we are going to have the seam here. Just got to get this ball out quick, and it's got to be a missile. That's a missile. That'll work. That'll do. Here is where we run into a slight issue, though. 10 seconds left on the clock. I think we just take a shot to the end zone, right? Laser it in there. I'm going to throw a pick. I'm going to throw a third pick. We could have taken it to OT. This is awful. This is not a good showing. It's an accurate showing of how I play the game. I think they made Heisman. This is not a pick. I'm going to throw a I think we just take a shot to the end zone, right? Laser it in there. I'm going to throw a pick. I'm going to throw a third pick. We could have taken it to OT. This is awful. This is not a good showing. It's an accurate showing of how I play the game. I think they made Heisman harder. That's got to be it. What's so funny is after that, we are only falling to number 8 in the polls, and I've decided there is no need for me to play any of these games the rest of the season. I think we do a lot better when we simulate. Sure enough, we were able to beat Texas. We lost to Georgia, but we know Georgia is always going to be hard for us to beat. They went 7-5, by the way. We also beat the Cardinals, and I think no matter what, we were not going to get to the SEC championship this year, so I'm not too upset with some of our losses. What I don't know, though, is if we're actually going to get a spot in the college football playoff. We're sitting at...
When can you play the MVP bundle, man? The MVP bundle, I believe you can't play that until the 6th if you just got the MVP bundle. Why is my alert down here? I just realized my alert is on a. It's been like that all night. Just leave it. It don't even matter. MVP bundle, I believe the 6th. If you got the membership, that's what you could play tomorrow, is my understanding. Yeah. Thought it'd be midnight. Nah. Oh, you got the, okay. Yeah, so you got the membership. Yeah, it's going to be 2 p.m. tomorrow then, if you got the one that come out tomorrow. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, the membership was actually cheaper. Yeah, I think they did that for a reason. So, like, people just bought it. And then I'm interested to see next year what that membership price is looking like. I'm interested to see if it's the same or if it goes up. I'm just interested to see. We'll see.
Number 12 right now, but you never know what'll happen. And I think I ended up making a mistake because I didn't fire one of our core.
Is that a real life person? Who is that?
Coordinators. This is who won the Heisman Trophy. What are we getting, though? The Birmingham Bowl? We didn't get in. It's just unlucky. I mean, last year I did feel like we got a little bit lucky, but Boise State is going to be the 12. And would you look at that? This is actually good news. We do have both of these slots available to hire whoever we want. At least something ended up going our way, because it does really upset me that we didn't get into the playoff. We could hire a level 47. And actually, my ideal build, if I want to win a championship, would be a tactician. So this would be the perfect defensive coordinator. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be worth it to just throw as much money as we can. We have to spend this anyway before the season ends. So we're going to offer 500. And if we bring in these 2 signings, I'm going to feel very good about Kentucky's chances next year. Before we can answer that question, though, we have this bowl game against 7-5 Stanford, and I just decided to simulate it where we ended up winning. We are also going to see Sonny Dykes accepting our offer. We also got our defensive coordinator. So this was as good of an end to the season as we could have possibly had. I mean, Stanford never stood a chance. It was 41-7, and we are ready to head into our final season as long as we're not losing Landon Duckworth. He didn't throw as many interceptions. He starts throwing for more touchdowns, more yards. It's what you want to see, while Darren Green still rushed for 18 touchdowns, 904 yards. But Landon Duckworth didn't get as much going on the ground as he did the year before. I'm hoping that both of those guys return. I'm also hoping that Brandon Jenkins returns. And next year, we better be in the position that Ole Miss is currently in. We actually don't have as much money available as I thought. We might, though. It's going to cost us quite a bit just trying to convince some of these guys to return. I don't like this at all. In fact, I don't think either one of them's coming back, but it turns out we paid them enough to where they didn't even bring it up.
Oh man, we got 15 minutes left pretty much. I think I'm gonna call it a night, man. I was trying to fight through. I need to be at 100% tomorrow. So I can't be up too late. I gotta be at 100% tomorrow, because long day tomorrow, big day tomorrow. Gotta wake up early, do some work, make sure everything's good to go. We're gonna have some new emotes, some new alerts, got some stuff in the tuck. Wake up, get some breakfast, do some of that work, get it all good to go. Make sure the subathon ready. Make sure just everything is tightened up. So not even 9:30 VIP. What time? Oh man, you must be on the West Coast VIP. All right, see you tomorrow, Rich, man. Timeless Buckeye. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, my guy. See Timeless. You see the fours emote? That's a new fours emote. So I made that yesterday. So I gotta make a couple more. But yeah. But all right, man. I appreciate everyone coming through, man. We'll be live 12 o'clock Central Time. That's 1 o'clock Eastern. And do the math for for West Coast. I think, what is that? Is that 10 West Coast? I guess 10 o'clock West Coast AM. But all right, man. I appreciate y'all boys, and we'll be here tomorrow, man, playing the game.